This is the DP World Tour Championship.
This is the DP World Tour.
50 years of history.
This is the DP World Tour Championship.
One event, two trophies.
This is the Rolex Series.
This is day 3.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Well, a very good morning to you. Welcome to our feature group coverage on day 3 of the season finale, the DP World Tour Championship. And it's a bit of a feature group bonanza today in our pairings. The player who started as Rory McIlroy's closest challenger to winning the Harry Vardon Trophy, Ryan Fox, out with Torbjorn Olesen. We'll be watching later on Victor Hovland and Shubhankar Sharma, but we'll also be focusing on the second and final day of the G4D, the Golf for Disabled at the DP World Tour Championship, which, like the DP World Tour season itself, comes to an end here in Dubai. Rasmus Lia, the 21-year-old Swede, leading overnight, but our feature group's going to feature the player who finished as #1 last season and who won this tournament, Brendan Lawler, who's out with the American Chris Biggins, who's putting here over the par 4 8th. There's confirmation of the leaderboard. Biggins currently 3 back. This is his birdie putt at this par 4. I'm Richard Kaufman. Alongside me is Jay Townsend. And Jay, a rare opportunity and a wonderful opportunity for us to see the conclusion of this event in the G4D.
Well, firstly, good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us. These guys are really inspirational. It's amazing what they do, their drive and determination, you know, against the odds that life has dealt them. And amazing golf. Chris Biggins, the lone American in the field.
Yeah, he's the #1 adaptive golfer, as they call them in the US, in his homeland. 30-year-old alongside Brendan Lawler, the Irishman, who has yet to win this season on the G4D.
Oh, that was a really good putt right there from Brendan. And the thing with Brendan is he's just so consistent week in and week out, and he has such a tremendous passion for the game. I mean, it's almost like you can't keep him away from the golf course when he's away from a tournament. He just wants to be out there every day.
Yeah, he was the winner of last year's, what it was, the Edgar Dubai finale. It was known as Edgar last year, but now known as G4D. 3 wins last season. He has had 3 runner-up finishes this campaign, including a playoff loss to Kip Poppert at the G4D at the Porsche European Open. This the 7th and final event of the season. Brendan did get it within 1 of the lead, but that par at 8 followed a bogey at 7. It's the 21-year-old Swede Rasmus Lia, led by 1 shot overnight, and as you can see, does have a 1-shot advantage over Brendan Lawler. Kip Poppert looking for win #5 of the campaign. He's not out of it yet. You got 5 players there separated by just 2 shots.
It's going to be very competitive today on a difficult golf course. If you've been with us all week, we've talked about the difficulty of the golf course.
We're also going to be watching game #7, which tees off shortly. Torbjorn Olesen and Ryan Fox very much in our picture. You can see Jamie Goff, Ryan Fox's coach, on close standby with the New Zealander. Second on the rankings at the start of the week, just over 100 points behind Rory McIlroy, given the shape of the leaderboard now that Matt Fitzpatrick, who started in 3rd place on the DP World Tour rankings, is our co-leader. It seems, at least to us, Jay, that the chances of being #1 seems a lost cause right now for the New Zealander.
Well, Ryan would have to shoot 2 incredibly low rounds, likely sub 65 back-to-back days on a difficult golf course. We've seen him, his play yesterday featured in the main coverage in the first round, obviously playing in the final game with Rory McIlroy. And you know, Ryan just doesn't have his best game. He doesn't have a great history of playing well here at the Earth Course at Jumeirah Golf Estates. And you know, there's horses for courses, and you know, sometimes a golf course, even if you like it, you might just not play it well. And that's just the nature of golf.
2 wins this season for Ryan Fox, the man in our foreground here, Torbjorn Olesen, winner of the Brett Fred British Masters. Again, maybe has, you know, that's a few months back now, maybe hasn't come into this event with as much confidence as he had earlier in the year.
You know, speaking to him earlier this week, Olesen told me he's got a lot going on at home. They're getting ready to move houses, and with 2 young children, you know, that's always a very stressful time. So not a great timing for such big events in the season for Olesen, but you know what? Sometimes life is more important than the game.
Yeah. Well, we're having a look at this 9th hole. What a tough par 4 this is, up the hill. Plays generally as one of the hardest holes on the course. It's been the way this week. Chris Biggins ready to go, and out watching this group for us is going to be Warren Humphreys.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Richard. This really is a tough par 4, so premium on hitting the fairway, and Biggins keeping it up on the top level. I think there is a split, there's a little ridge, everything slopes from right to left, and you want to try and keep it on the top side to give yourself a better view of the green. Now Lawler, they don't waste too much time, these boys, do they? Get on with it.
Yeah, he might not be aware that Rasmus Lear dropped a shot at the par 5 7th like Brendan himself did, so the gap's only 1 between them.
I was heading towards the bunker. I don't know whether it's bunker or in heavy grass, but it's going to be tough second shot.
Yeah, we couldn't quite see from our camera angle.
No, either way, whether it's in the bunker or the grass, it's going to be a tough one. If you're in the bunker, there's a big lip right there, and that will be a challenge if you're in the grass. We saw yesterday there's some really deep rough right of the 9th fairway.
Back on the range, and I know Nicholas Kolsarts is going to be watching this pairing. Said, you know, when he's been out with Ryan Fox, he's sometimes watched in awe of the way he strikes the ball with the driver. We're getting a little view of that now on the range, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the biggest weapon in Ryan Fox's game is his driver. You know, I'm a little bit surprised that he's not been able to tackle this golf course over the last couple of times he's played in this, because he definitely has the power of the tee to take advantage of the length of this golf course, and I can only hope that he will find out over the weekend and give us a little bit of entertainment for this finale of the season.
Yeah, because I think it's fair to say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's been some season whatever happens over the next couple of days.
I think it would be a season he will look back and go, wow, this was an incredible amount of good golf. I think that yesterday afternoon maybe ran out of steam a little bit, because it would have been quite an exhausting season to play. When you play this good for so many events, you know, just over between 20 and 25 events, you know, it takes a bit of a toll, either mentally or physically, and this is maybe the reason why we had a bit of a sloppy back 9 from Foxy yesterday, but it all can change now.
Yeah, he made a nice start, didn't he, yesterday? Couple of birdies, first 3 holes, turned in 35, but then struggled on the back 9 until a closing eagle for a round of 72 after an opening round of 73. He's going through things here with his coach, Jamie Goff. Is this usual, Nico, for your coach to be with you so close to tee time?
Yeah, most guys will have, you know, wherever it's, you know, swing coach or maybe physio, these are the guys that you spend your whole season with, so they're part of your team, they're part of your pep talk and everything. So, you know, it's the part of the routine.
Okay, back with Nicholas Kolsarts on the range in a moment. Back to Warren Humphreys, who's watching Brendan Lawler.
Yeah, who has found the bunker, and he's reasonably close to the lip too. 192 all up, so I think coming all the way uphill, that's going to be out of his remit. So he's laid up, pretty good layup, nice shot out of the bunker.
Just one birdie yesterday for Brendan Lawler in his round of 77. One birdie already today. Oh, sorry, 2 birdies already today for him in this second round.
No slouch of a hole, is it? Really good tee shot by Biggins. 153 to the front, flag on 32, cut over on the left side, so 185 uphill. It's going to play more like a couple of 100 yards, really. Needs a lot of height with this.
Oh yeah, you went after that one.
Oh, he's got to carry, maybe not quite carrying that front bunker.
Yeah, just I think found it. He was close, wasn't he there, Biggins? You probably know better than I will. What time is it right now in Birmingham, Alabama?
It is going to be 11:10 in the evening.
Well, I hope they're up there, because
they're watching.
He's the director of player development at the country club of Birmingham in Alabama. And a great chance to watch Chris Biggins up close. Watching Torbjörn Olesen now on the driving range, who, like Nicholas himself, has played in the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, I was on the range, talking with Liam, who works with Torbjörn, and as Jay also mentioned, a lot is happening in their lives, and working on a few different things on the technique. Has not played amazing this week, but you never know.
75-71, the 2 scores yesterday. Nice back 9 from Torbjörn. In round 2, came back in 33. Now, Brendan Lawler just eyeing things up here at 9. How far back is he, Warren, from the green? Warren, I was asking you, what sort of yardage is it? I mean, obviously it looks very close to the green.
Well, he is close to the green. He's about 40, 50 yards away from the front edge. Okay, got about 65 yards all up to the flag here, which is cut behind the left bunker. So he's not left himself the easiest of shots in, and he is a fairly low ball flighter. So this is going to test him. He's got to get a little bit of extra height here, because pitching over the bunker is pitching onto a downslope. So this is going to require a lot of skill. Needed a little bit more flight on that, but it was a tough shot.
Yeah, just grabbed so quickly. I think he taking it in the way Warren suggested, taking it in low. Probably expected at least a bounce or two before it grabbed quickly, but it grabbed right away. Looks like Biggins is ready to go out of that deep left bunker.
Yeah, and he's not got the best of lies. I mean, he's not really sitting down, but it's in a little groove, so you tend to think this is going to come out with a little bit more run on it. Hard to get maximum spin from here.
Yeah, both these players are very much in it, testing par putts to come for the pair. Biggins hasn't won this season on the G4D Tour, his best result being a runner-up finish last time out at Valderrama. Kip Poppert won that, had a hole-in-one as well at Valderrama, did Kip. Kip's right there too in terms of contention, so it's going to be an exciting finale to this event, the conclusion as well on the G4D season.
And we see where the hole's located here at 9 today in that back left section of the green. We're going to talk a lot about sections of these greens. They're fairly large greens, but they play small, because if you're in the wrong portion of the green, it's a real struggle to just two-putt, let alone make birdies. So difficult, and both of these players are not really in prime position to hold these par putts either.
No, I mean, this course, I mean, you were talking about it yesterday, Jay. You know, if you took a top scratch handicap amateur player out here to try and play on this course well over 7,000 yards, they would really struggle. And the way that it's set up this week with this thick Bermuda grass, no overseeded with rye around the greens, it is a severe test. I mean, I'd hate to play it right now, I know that. And once you get on the greens, They are not easy to read. There's some subtle breaks, there's some big breaks. Grain affects the ball. I mean, this putt here for Lawler, into the grain initially and then down grain, breaking left to right over the crest of the hill. He hit a beautiful putt on the last hole. I mean, how it didn't go in, I don't know. So he's obviously got pretty good feel and touch right now.
He has a wonderful flow to his putting stroke. Just watch the flow here. Has good distance control. Beautiful setup there. Look the way the shaft goes straight up the forearms. That's just textbook technique.
It's got to go. Got to go. Got to go. He was a little bit wary of that downhill, down grain bit.
A Warren 9 is such a tough par 4.
Yeah, it's a good par 6, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be, yes.
I mean, we've seen some of the guys, you know, really struggle this week. Playing in the DP World Tour Championship. They struggle on this hole, then anyone can struggle. This is makeable, though. This is a little bit across the grain. Fractionally uphill to start with, and then again goes downhill. Or levels out. Should be just a tad from his left. And went the other way. Gave it a lot of respect for pace, and you know, they are so slippy here. Anything going slightly downhill, it will race away from you.
So a drop shot to end the front 9 for Chris Biggins. Started with a double bogey, so adding 3 over par, 39. Takes him 3 back now of leader Rasmus Lear. And that's a bogey also for Lawler, so he turns 1 over for the day, 6 over, and remains 2 adrift now of Rasmus.
Might have been a bogey putt, but it was struck with confidence. I mean, you can tell that Brendan really has a great confidence in the short stick.
Well, the other day, Brendan got to tee it up for 9 holes with certain Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry. Rory McIlroy leading the DP World Tour rankings at the start of the week, but projected to finish at number 2 because that's after rounds of 65 and 67 from Matt Fitzpatrick, who started the week as number 3, would have him as number 1. He's alongside Tyrrell Hatton, who's matched him shot for shot. Fabulous eagle at the last yesterday from Adriana. So if you didn't see that, made it from the mulch down that right-hand side. There is Rory. What a finish to round 2, though, from the Northern Irishman. Birdie, birdie, eagle. And there is the aforementioned Shane Lowry, who starts the day at 1 under par. There's 2 of the players we'll be watching in our feature group coverage, Victor Hovland and Shubhankar Sharma. We watched both of them yesterday, actually. Both will start in a tie for 29th position, looking for a Saturday move. Ryan Fox and Torbjorn Olesen starting at 1 and 2 over par, respectively. So Brendan Lawler and Chris Biggins are headed now for the 10th.
Had a little bit of an elevated tee here. It's a fairway that's not necessarily wide. It does have a lot of slope from left to right, especially in the left half, so the fairway plays a little bit more narrow than the actual width of the fairway. Hole's cut 23 on in the center, but it's far from an easy one. You can see that slope coming off the left fringe, and then there's a little ridge coming down off of that right bunker that kind of will feed the ball towards the hole as long as you don't get over it. You get over that ridge, and then you're going to run towards the back of the green, and you're going to have a wicked putt dealing with the ridge putting back down the hill. 10 is not a long hole, but certainly poses difficulties.
Par at 8 from Rasmus Lear, so he's maintained his 2-shot advantage. Rasmus has never won a G4D event, so he knows, I'm sure he'll see the leaderboard and know that Brendan Lawler, who comes with a reputation, is breathing down his neck. 25-year-old Irishman. We're keeping an eye on here. The world #2 ranked player. He has been the #1. Been usurped over the last few months, though, as far as that ranking's concerned, by Kip Poppert and his 4 wins this season on the G4D campaign. And these players in the G4D don't want to be defined by their disability, but it is worth pointing out what their disabilities are. Brendan, who is born with a rare bone disorder known as Ellis van Creveld syndrome, and characterised by his shorter stature, shorter limbs. He has no knuckles on the top of his fingers as well, so those are all obstacles to be overcome, and how he has done that.
But really a nice swing. Watch the flow of the swing. A tremendous amount of power, especially, you know, from his shorter stature and obviously a shorter arc. Really knocks it out there a long way. Tremendous amount of club head speed down there at the bottom. Looking like this might be going a little right.
And we know how thick that can be. At least we can still see the golf ball. Cerebral palsy for Chris Biggins, and it's the same as the #1 player Kip Poppert. And I was watching an interview with Kip in the start of this week, and he was saying how his muscles are tight and contracted as a result of cerebral palsy, so creating speed and power has been a problem for him.
He swings the club at a nice line, though, doesn't he, Richard? And that's the thing about the game. The technique of playing golf doesn't change for these guys. Look, works on about 250 yards off the tee with the driver. And I tell you what, he won't want that one back. That's absolutely slummed down the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, hanging on to the first cut.
I just hit a little bit of a mound there. It was an unlucky bounce, but not terrible. Looks like a good lie. As these players start their back 9 in the final round, and the pressure will build hole by hole.
Back with Ryan Fox, who is heading out very shortly. There you can see 7 minutes up on the putting green.
So good morning everyone and welcome to day 3.
Well, Nicholas is down there for us, hopefully not going to interrupt the players who are just about to head out there. I mean, you sort of can't help but think about that bogey that he made on Sunday in South Africa, Nicholas, and how that maybe changed the thinking coming into this week, because, you know, if it had pipped Tommy Fleetwood, he would have been leading the rankings come Thursday morning.
Yeah, maybe, but, you know, in the end, you know, this is still a big event, and if he had been able to put himself in a better position after 2 rounds, you know, everything would have been on the table. So I think Ryan would be a little bit disappointed about his first 2 rounds, and I can only hope that we're gonna see a hot start, and then his mission would try to keep the foot down all day, and probably all day tomorrow as well, like Jay mentioned.
You must have played with him a fair few times. He seems a very quick golfer, and yesterday you were even saying that there may be something in it for him at times, maybe to slow things down a bit.
I mean, it's a difficult one because golfers have their own DNAs, you know, and Foxy has, you know, he's on the top end, quick DNA type of player. So it's always difficult to change who you really are as a golfer.
Yeah, don't really want to slow people down, but yeah, he is rapid, and there was a lot of waiting for him back on the tee at various points. Now, back out with Biggins at 10.
Notice that, Warren. They get to use rangefinders. I like that.
Yeah, anything to help them along. I think that's good. Speed the play up. Tell you, they don't waste too much time. I like the way they go about it. I know they're given buggies, but once they decide on the club, then they're pretty away pretty quick. 138 all up for Biggins. 8, a big 8 iron, little 7 here for him. Just coming out of that first cut, so it may just release on the green. That's a glorious shot. Well done.
Fantastic shot. I love the Gary Player walk through. Obviously, you know, some of it is, you know, disability that causes that, but for everyone at home, you know, in your game, you know, if you're swinging through and allowing your weight to go forward, that is a great thing. So Chris Biggins does that very well.
Well, it should be just a 9-9 here for Brendan Lawler. Coming out of the rough, he's got a pretty good line. Get the club on the back of the ball. Again, it should release. Pulled it a bit. But I tell you, I had underclubbed Biggins. He hit 9-iron for his second shot. And that shows you how much, you know, the warm air around here is just moving the ball, letting it go that little bit further.
A little bit of frustration for Brendan Lawler.
Another look at this Biggins shot coming out of the first cut of rough at a very good lie. Warren said that's a tremendous amount of pressure with a 9-iron for the second shot. Ball released a little bit more than it would have coming out of the fairway, and he was a bit unlucky with the bounce. Hit it right down the middle of the fairway and bounded off to the left first cut of rough.
Last year did Biggins at the Edgar Kazoo Classic. That was in August last year. First American to win a DP World Tour title in the now Golf for Disabled Tour. Brendan Lawler, I know you spent some time, he's come in the commentary box with us. I mean, he has played a big part in helping establish this tour as it is, being the main man last year. Second man this year after what Kip Poffert's done. He's saying that, you know, at the moment we've got 8 players in the field here. They're hoping that it's maybe going to become a tour of 50 players in the near future.
Well, the growth will be incredible, and Brendan is a great ambassador for the G4D Tour, and you know, such a personable young man. And as I said a few moments ago, I mean, he just has such a passion for golf. Anytime he's around people, he's going to share that passion.
But frustration for him this year, not to get the win. He's had 3 runner-up finishes after grabbing much of the silverware in 2021.
I think everyone else maybe just catching up. Brendan is not falling back, but you know, it's the old adage in any sport, if you're not getting better, you're going backwards, because there's everybody out there practicing. One of my good friends in high school who was also an athlete, fabulous basketball player, I think we were about 16 or 17. He told me, if you're not out there practicing every day, somebody else is practicing out there right now getting better than you.
Okay, well, he's got something to work out here with his third shot.
Well, he's pretty good though. Again, you can get some really horrid ones, but again, he can get the club on the back of the ball, so he should know how this is going to come out. Put it back in the stance a little bit, have it coming in low and running. And he needs to make it run because it's into the green and uphill. And he tried to help it on there, just came out a little soft on him.
I would just like to take a moment. Yesterday, the golf world lost a very special person, Jay Randolph Jr., son of Jay Randolph, who Jay Sr. was a legendary broadcaster of golf and many other sports in the United States. Jay Jr. was a golf broadcaster of note. Lost a battle to liver cancer, and for those of us that knew Jay Jr., he made all of our lives better, and just thanks for his contributions to the game.
Well, this is the first hole, which means it's very shortly time for the player who started the week as second on the DP World Tour rankings, Ryan Fox, and Denmark's Torbjørn Olesen, the winner of the Betfred British Masters, to get their third round underway. Because Colsart's going to be watching these two for us. It's starting to warm up nicely, Nico.
Yes, but no wind like Thursday. It was a little windier early in the day yesterday for the second round. But it's a nice, calm,
This is game
not
number
too
7.
warm yet, so good golf
On
now
the
coming
tee
up.
from Denmark, Torbjorn Olesen.
32 years of age now. Player who's won more times on the DP World Tour from Denmark than every other player apart from Thomas Bjorn, and we all know what Thomas has done in the game.
Good looking tee shot there. So important. We've talked about it all week with this Bermuda rough, not overseeded as it has been every year in the past, to hit the fairway.
From New Zealand, Ryan Fox.
Winner of the Razal Khaimah Championship and the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship this season on the DP World Tour.
Fairway right yesterday, no such issue today. Oh, drove it too far, drove it in that bunker in the middle of the fairway. Yesterday it was into the wind. We saw everyone hit driver. That's not the case today, so maybe a club selection error there for Fox at the first.
Birdie putt for Biggins at 10.
Difficult to judge the pace here. It's going to have some left to right to it.
Now this is feature group coverage, so we're watching Brendan Lorna and Chris Biggins. We don't know where the winner's going to come for in this this finale. This is the final round of this 36-hole event, but behind them in the final pairing, Rasmus Lear on that tough 9th hole has made a double bogey, so that means that Biggins is only one back now, and it means that Brendan Lawler, who's got a tough par putt to come, is in a share of the lead. There's confirmation of what I was saying. But will he stay in the lead here?
This one for Lawler will have less left to right break to it, but still should be a little bit outside left. Huge putt here, maintain a share of the lead.
Oh my, we saw the putt at 8, just miss out now, the one at 10 for Lawler too, which means Rasmus Lear is back alone at the top.
Yeah, Brendan, it was a second shot. He had a pretty good lie in the right rough and not a bad angle, and just let that second shot kind of came over the top of it a little bit, and they tend to go long and left when you do that, and paid the price. That's frustrating. He knows that was a mistake with the second shot.
Well, there's only an 8-player field. 6 of them are separated by 3 shots, so the win could come from anywhere. And look who's lurking again, looking to wrap up the season that's belonged to him. Kip Poppert, 4 wins already out of the first 6 events of the year. Maybe he's going to make it a handful, because he is only one back and having a pretty good day. Couple of bogeys, the 1 birdie on the card from Poppert. And the Englishman is lurking there in that group, tied for second. Off to 11.
Chris Biggins about to play down the right-hand side if he can to try and open up the green. His father, Mark, out here watching, looking a little bit concerned as that just goes down the right side, but all right. Gosh, it's hot out here, boys. It is humid already. It's early, but it's one of those dripping days. So important to find the fairway. I think going a little left here, you get blocked out. Bunkers left and right very much in play. So accuracy required.
Aggressive play with the driver here for Lawler. Oh, nicely done up the right side. Perfect position. We'll have a good view of the green.
Well, what we've seen all week, I'm sure you've been watching the coverage, the importance of coming out of the fairway. That will be the case for Ollison, but it won't be the case for Ryan Fox, who found the bunker off this opening hole.
Oh, this will be nothing more than probably a 50-degree wedge for Torbjorn. Now you need a little bit of homework here, because the spin position, I've actually never seen a spin position. Right, we'll keep on going further away from it, so maybe just short left or pin eye left will be perfect.
Exactly what Nicholas was talking about. You get it going right, it takes a slope and works away from the hole.
Now Foxy, I was a bit surprised by this play, you know, because driver, unless he was trying to go left of everything, and he's got 109 from the fairway bunker, which is nothing but a lob wedge, probably a back foot, just to make sure you get the ball first. Like I said, you know, somewhere just left of the hole would leave a nice uphill birdie putt on the first.
Yeah, expecting to see aggressive, shackles off kind of golf from Fox today. Nothing to lose now. These guys at the wrong end of the leaderboard, whereas in our feature group that's on the back nine right now, these two players very much in the mix. There's confirmation of how things stand. Kip Putt's won at all but 2 events this year. The only 2 that he didn't win was the G4D Tour at the Horizon Irish Open, that was won by Mike Brown, and Tommaso Perino, the Italian, won the G4D Tour at the ISPS Handa World Invitational, which was in Northern Ireland at Galgorm Castle.
Awkward shot here for Biggins. Ball a little bit below his feet, and with a left flag, you do not want to miss this left. And he feels probably that he's got to go at this, because off this lie, it's likely to drift a little bit away to the right. Just a gap wedge, 124.
Should be on it.
That's nicely done. Just about on the 100-yard mark here for Biggins, so he knows he's got a great opportunity. A little bit right and short of the flag would be ideal for Lawler. Did I say Biggins? Oh, I said Biggins twice, but again, that's a mistake. He's pulled it. It's 2 in a row that he's just dragged away to the left.
Frustration, you can see it etched on Lawler's face there. They are birdie putts to come here at the first hole, but we haven't seen that many kind of outside that 20-25 feet range that have been holed over the first couple of days here. These greens are not easy. Nicholas, you played on them a few times. Big greens here, but plenty of slopes in them.
Yeah, I mean, the only course that I can think of that is like this is actually Royal Melbourne. You know, you can hit it close all day, but if you miss the sections, you're always going to be foul with a lot of break and a lot of pace testing. Now this is all uphill, left to right, a couple of cups of left to right in the last 6 feet or so.
Wow, that was really a good effort up the hill. Great pace. Give it a good chance. Interesting how Nicholas said that he's never seen this hole location before. Most of the time, year in and year out, they're very similar hole locations, you know, throughout the 4 days to what it has been in years past. So when they throw a new one at the players, sometimes they're not quite ready for it.
Now this is really slow for Foxy. We spoke about his play off the first tee. He was like, I'm just going to hit driver and figure out something then. Left to right at the end also for Foxy. You can see that's actually fighting the grain. So I actually read the grain wrong, which you can do from time to time here.
A lot to be calculated. So a couple of pars to start in our feature group, just heading out, Ryan Fox and Torbjorn Olesen. Meanwhile, another green just missed from Brendan Lawler.
Just chipping from the first cut of rough, not much green to work with, so this is a touchy little one. Oh, and that got away from him. You can see his frustration is starting to build. I really think he was in a good position until the second shot out of the right rough at 10, which caused the bogey.
Yeah, I wonder whether there are leaderboards for the G4D out on the course. I mean, Warren's out there for us. I wonder if he knows how close to the lead he is. He might be thinking a couple over. He's further back than he is right now.
Well, no leaderboards in this next section, but I know there's a leaderboard up on the next green, so he will know by the time he gets to the 12th, but he's got no idea here at this moment in time. He had a horrible lie there just off the edge of the green. It was sitting on top of the grass, but there was enough grass around he couldn't get the back of the ball. This putt, though, uphill, breaks significantly from left to right. Probably not one he could rush at.
Well, Biggins remains within one. Solid start to the back nine.
You've got to think that this is going to be a big putt. He's dropped a shot on 10, which is a hole he would have fancied to birdie. He was within wedge range here, so he'd be looking for birdie playing 11, Lawler, and he could actually go bogey, and the next hole is such a demanding par 4, and he knows that. So there'd be so much more pressure on this putt for him. He does not want to miss this. Slightly uphill from the right. He's come close a couple of times. He's got to keep that sense of belief that he can actually pop this in. Nice free swing of the arms, don't get tight.
I had to walk early. That is back-to-back bogeys on 2 holes. You'd be looking to give yourself a short birdie putt. And both times he was not in trouble off the tee, so Lawler making it difficult on himself. Over to the second tee, and Olesen.
Playing a little bit into the wind the second today. That's a good drive from Olesen, right down the middle. You always have to be ready very quickly for Ryan, because he doesn't mess around. He definitely has the length to reach this in 2 and start some sort of campaign this morning. It's heading in my direction, a bit left. It's okay.
Yeah, it's been contrasting days for Ryan Fox. Day 1, started poorly, bogeyed this hole, bogeyed the third, finished well. Yesterday, started strong, birdied this hole, birdied the next, and then finished poorly. I'll be hoping it's just good all the way through this time round.
We did have an eagle at the final, though.
He did. This is the end of the leaderboard that he's used to being for most of the campaign. Couple of wins, 4 runner-up finishes. It's Matt Fitzpatrick in Tyrrell Hatton. They tee off just about 1:45 this afternoon. Well, in different sides of that fairway for Olesen and Fox. Yeah, 12:45 the tee-off time for the final pairing. 3 hours from now, so 2 Englishmen, I'm sure, won't even be anywhere near the golf course yet. Yeah, That's okay. Sitting up okay. Missed the bunker.
Well, this is, even off these slightly forward tees, this is a demanding tee shot here on 12, playing into a valley from where the tee is cut over on the right. Bunkers very much in play both sides, and where Lawler's going to be pitching it, the fairway pinches in, so it's pretty narrow.
Good looking swing with the driver there for Lawler, and just rips it right up the middle. It just looks like he's kind of getting over his short irons a little bit, what we've seen in the last 2 holes, but the driver just looks absolutely pure, right on plane. Tremendous amount of speed at the bottom. Very impressive. I feel for Warren. It's a hot day, it's a humid day, and he's chasing buggies out there. It's a good thing he's fit.
I hope he's got a buggy as well. No, they must have.
No, Warren would never. He's old school. He'd never have a buggy.
So, good driver from Brendan Lawler. Nice tee shot as well from Torbjorn Olesen, but I wonder if Ryan Fox has got himself a lie down that left-hand side. Got in the green on 2 yesterday.
It's got a bit of a lie, Foxy, on the left rough, or in the left rough. I told a few people that were there, stick around, because he'll probably hit 3-wood. And you know what people are like when they see pros hitting a 3-wood from the rough. I mean, few things here. I would try to avoid the right bunker that guards the front of this green. The left bunker's fine, but the right one, it doesn't really leave a great up and down. I'm surprised to see the iron out, actually, to be honest with you. So he's just going to lay up and try to attack from the fairway.
Well, a prime example that what are the medicine? Take the punishment, lay up, even for someone who has the power like Ryan Fox does. Managed to perch himself up high here as Biggins.
Yeah, and he's got good and bad news here, really. I mean, he's got a good lie, in fact, that he can see the ball, get the club on it, but the ball's just nestled down in the grass. It's kind of not in the Bermuda, but, you know, he's going to have to dig this one out a little bit. Coming uphill to a flag on the left, there's no joy going straight at it, you would think. He's got to aim a little bit right of that flag. He's got to get this right on the money here to get the flight to carry the front bunkers. 179 to go.
Court.
Oh dear.
Well, that could be a championship ending shot right there for Biggins, who's right now Rasmus Lea's closest challenger at the top of the leaderboard. Another terrific tee shot from Lawler.
Yeah, and he's left himself only 105 from the front flag on 34, so 139 all up. He can go at this. Maybe he should just be a little bit less aggressive at the moment. Just make sure he's on the green, giving himself a chance for a putt. Okay, and that's a little left.
That could be another little awkward one. Looks like a much better lie than the previous hole. Of course, they can't see it. It's an uphill second shot. Back to 2 fairway and Olesen.
283 for Olesen. If you have the high draw, it's the moment to use it. It looks like he's left that right a bit. He's going to find the green. But he was hoping for a bit better. You could hear him.
Not a bad shot from that distance. just to hit the green. Obviously was looking for the draw that Nicklaus was talking about, but a good miss, if that's a miss.
Having another go here. Biggins, provisional.
Yeah, much better lie that time, and hence the better result. He was very unlucky the first time round with that ball nestled down.
Foxy trying to play this par 5 the old way. You can get this really close, actually.
Well, a bit like that, probably. Might be down for a 4.
Oh, you're generous. You're giving putts this morning early, aren't you?
I'm going to give. It's early on a Saturday morning.
I think he can make it, but, well, you know.
You're not giving it to him? Come on, Jay.
I'm kind of a mean old guy. I don't give anything now. Get your name on your bag. Make it. Worth another look here. And it's not an easy shot. It's downhill. It was a wonderful layup out of a tough lie in the rough. And Nicholas Colsaerts called it, but calling it and executing are two different things. So a really good shot for Fox at the second.
Well, there's confirmation. 128 points behind Rory McIlroy. 2,000 points for a win. So if Matt Fitzpatrick did go on and win, you'd see he'd go above 5,000 points. But Rory, if Fitzpatrick wins, has to finish second. And the way Rory finished yesterday, that's not out of the equation, although there's a bit of catching up to do. He's 7 shots behind those co-leaders right now. Fox is a long way back, but maybe, hopefully, going to get a little closer there with a birdie.
Yeah, the thing with Ryan, chasing the #1 player in the world, knowing you have to beat Rory McIlroy this week. That was a lot of pressure the first day, playing alongside the great McIlroy in the first round for the first time. It was a tough first day for Fox, and he showed good signs yesterday when he was in our feature group coverage, and just had a few hiccups, but fought bravely all day, and that was a wonderful eagle we talked about a few moments ago at the final hole. But he's probably a bit disappointed, but probably a little pressure off for Fox at this moment.
Well, we've got a second here. The players on the green. Nicholas is down there as well. I don't know if you heard Nicholas, Matt Fitzpatrick, after his interview yesterday, talking about this new putting aid that he's got. Did you hear that, Nicholas?
No, I know nothing about it, so I'm gonna leave it to you to explain to everyone what it is.
He didn't really explain it in full, but basically it's like a virtual reality thing that you put the headset on, and it reads greens for you. Now, not legal, and you can't bring it to an event, but he's saying that it's something that will, he hopes, help him become a better green reader. But technology is advancing so much that things are coming out all the time that can be assisting golfers, and something that can read a green for you. Like we're seeing here, we can see the slopes, and I assume it's in a bit more detail than that. Naturally, I haven't put one on myself.
Well, you have double breakers, and then you have triple breakers. So it's going to do one thing the first maybe 20 feet until it gets on top of that ridge. Then it'll go hard left, and the last 6 feet will go back to the right. The last 15-20 feet of this are actually pretty quick.
Well, that's beautifully judged. With or without a virtual reality technology, Ollison read that pretty well. It's amazing what's becoming available, though, Jay.
And if you're not using all the technology, it's you're doing yourself a disservice. Let's go to 12, bogey putt for Biggins.
Yeah, he was pretty eager. He said don't almost go looking for that ball in the bush. He's quite happy to be putting here outside chance for a bogey, but this is pace dependent big time. double breaker, moves right to left initially and then off the shoulder from the left. About now as it crests over the hill, and that's a good putt.
Fabulous. But it is going to be a double bogey, unfortunately, for Biggins. You wouldn't say that has ended his chances, but it's made his possibilities a little more limited.
Birdies here at the Earth Course are hard to come by in the best of times, but with the pressure building towards the end of the championship, it makes it a little bit more difficult, and Biggins certainly is going to have to make a birdie or two to have a chance, one would think.
Yeah, Brendan Lauder made such a good start to this second and final round.
He's got a pretty good chance. He's had a good long look at the leaderboard. He knows exactly where he stands. Didn't really get that ever going on the right line. But anytime you make 4 on this 12th hole, you're more than happy.
Yeah, and it stopped the pain of those 4 bogeys in the last 5 holes that he's made. Two back right now. The player from Dundalk in the just north of Dublin in Ireland.
Olsen has a little bit of a right to left to keep it inside the hole, and a good 2-putt, a good birdie at the par 5 second for the Dane. Players, in their mind, they think when they're standing on the second tee, okay, this is a birdie hole, but it's no gimme. Speaking of no gimmies, Richard Coffin gave Ryan Fox a few moments ago. Yeah, I guess that was mere formality, wasn't it?
It certainly was. So Ryan Fox back to level par for the tournament. They're off to the third.
And the third hole is a little bit of an uphill tee shot. Bunker up the right, couple up the left, and there's one in the fairway. And when the wind was behind the players yesterday, some of the longer hitters, like Ryan Fox, drove it over the bunker, just had a little short pitch shot. But with a different hole location today over that right bunker, it's a downslope from the fringe over the bunker down to the hole. I think the play here probably is to lay it back, leave yourself a full shot in. So let's see what Fox does here at the third hole.
Yeah, Torbjorn definitely doesn't have the power to carry this bunker. Foxy can still fly it this morning. I tend to agree with Jay. I mean, from the fairway short of the trap, you're looking at a wedge or a 9-iron max, and to a pin that's stuck behind the bunker on the right. You definitely have to come from the fairway to have any sort of control of the golf ball. This bunker in the middle of the fairway always plays a lot shorter to get to because there's a camber on this fairway that brings the ball left. Group in front has both hit it in the fairway bunker, just to prove my point.
Olsen aiming a little right, trying to play a draw, it seems. Nice free-flowing swing.
I'm not surprised by this. If you hit driver on the first, you're definitely hitting driver here on third. I was surprised he laid up on the second, to be honest with you. Looking at the mood that Foxy was in, or what he gave me off the first fairway.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with hitting the driver here in general. It's the hole location that just kind of calls it into question, and now a wide left.
It didn't fade, he said. It didn't fade, and it's up there, close to the wall. Par 3-13.
Tough shot here for Laura. Low ball flighter coming uphill to this par 3 and nothing to aim at. Pin hard left. Very small section. Ooh, and he's done well. Just carried that bunker.
Oh, it's good now though, Warren.
Oh, it's magnificent now. Now he's got a real chance for 2. He likes a bit of pressure, obviously.
Well, listen, he's a winner. 3 wins last season, the #1 player on the Golf for Disabled Tour. Now trying to get his first of the campaign.
Yeah, big shot coming up here for Biggins, because it'll be a disappointment, that double bogey at the last. He looked at the leaderboard coming up there, knew he was just 1 behind. Got to regather here, just get the focus back.
Very like it back on the tee.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
2 good looks, a birdie coming up at 13 then for Messrs Biggins and Lawler. Things are getting very interesting down the closing stretch as it is in this event. Second and final round.
And another look here at this wonderful shot. Tough hole location over the bunker, a very shallow portion of the green. It just landed it in the perfect spot. Ball releases a little bit, but both players in Lawler and Biggins have birdie putts, makeable birdie putts to come here at the 13th.
Final day of the G4D at the DP World Tour Championship, and watch out, Kip is on the move again. The 24-year-old Englishman, the world #1 and 4-time time winner this season, has just made a birdie at that par 3 13th, and now he's the closest challenger to Rasmus Lia at the top. Curtis Barkley's done so well too. He was 7 over par after 7 holes yesterday, and he's 8 over now and only 2 back.
There are the tee positions at the 3rd hole for Olesen and Fox. Olesen, he's in pretty good position right there, kind of left side, a little bit of lower side of the fairway, kind of 2-level fairway, but Fox, he's going to need to get lucky over there left of the grassy area.
Yeah, Tourbillon, he's just going to work out the yardage. Fox might have a little bit more than that to work out. How close to the wall is he? Well, Nicholas is there for us.
Well, he's got a swing. The lie, he's got a lot of dead leaves or dried leaves where the ball is sitting. I mean, you never really know how much you got under this, so you can get this strike wrong on this, but it's going to be Olesen first from 170, and the ball is sitting up nicely, which is exactly what you need to get to this pin, because you need something high and fairly soft. You can hear Dom. It's been with Thorbjorn for a while, telling him he's got 8 behind. So you know that that's where the safe play is. High and soft, just past it.
What a shot that is from Tourbillon Olesen. Birdie 2, and a beautiful approach here at 3.
Now, not only the strike is going to be difficult here to get precise, but he has to start this slow, and I think he'll have enough time to climb over the next set of trees. Long is fine from where he is. I don't think you could find a short part of the green from there.
It's going to be an interesting putt coming up, that's for sure. Coming off the shoulder of that bunker right in the middle of our picture. Kind of a high point, but on the green is a good result after an errant tee shot at the 3rd for Fox.
Well worth another look at that effort from Tourbillon Olesen.
Hole cut way over on the right. You can only see the top half of the flagstick. Just trying to hit a high cut in there. The downslope from the front fringe to the hole, and just landed it perfectly. Great shot for Olesen, looking for back-to-back birdies at 2 and 3.
Yeah, we talked about it with Richard Mansell and Eddie Pepperell day one. The fact that Torbjorn Olesen also didn't start the season with his full playing rights to make the season finale. Fantastic work from him.
Oh, nice fist pump. Great birdie, too, for Biggins at 13. He's still fighting. But double bogey at 12 really hurt him. But, well, you got to take it one hole at a time. Hope you don't run out of holes.
Well, he's 2 back now. I mean, that was a fantastic response to the double at the last. Just what he needed. Brendan Lauder could do with a little bit of that as well.
This is uphill, a little right to left. You can be aggressive with this one. Oh, and he was overly aggressive. Hit it right through the break, and you can just see Lawler's trying so hard, trying to put pressure on, and now putting pressure on himself. I think he had the right line, just slammed it through the break. And now this is not an easy putt. This is a little left to righter for par. Never fun for a right-handed player. Doesn't take much time, gets on with it.
Confidently done. Just a 3 though.
That was a pretty good result from the jungle on the left for Ryan Fox. He's got a big swing off the right. I can't possibly think that he's looked at a putt or a shot this long in I don't know how many months. Just to give you an idea of how much that shoulder from the right is going to bring that ball to the left. Pretty quick at the end. You can see Dino kneeling down just to really understand what the grain is going to do. You know, it's never easy to read the grain right. When you got big undulations like this, the grain would be the biggest factor in how much the ball is going to break or actually hold its line into the slope. Might be a little bit of left to right at the end though.
Up on the high part now, downhill, picking up speed. That's a pretty darn good effort right there. TV just flattens everything out, but the slope that Fox had to deal with, the midpoint of that putt, was pretty severe.
Yeah, Fox admits he had his struggles in 2021. He's come back in fine fashion this year. Olesen 129th on the Race to Dubai, as it was known last season. Starts the week 24th.
There's not much in this for Olesen. You wouldn't leave the hole. Which one would be actually a perfect executed birdie 3 on 3. Short the fairway bunker. Position A, second shot high and soft. Almost dunked it. Position A again. All you need is confirmation now.
That was just a misread. Looked like a very good stroke from Olesen, and you're never going to read them all correctly. As a player, whether you're on tour or at home watching our coverage, if you hit a good putt, if you hit it the speed you want and started down the line you want, you've done everything you can do. Not going to read them all correctly. Fox has a little bit more work here for his par than I initially thought. Should be pretty straightforward. Didn't want to give the hole away. Ooh, sneaks it in the right side, but a good 4 after a poor drive.
Yeah, both these players 1 under through the first 3 holes. Eddie Pepperell's managed to birdie all 3 of them this morning. Biggins has already gone here. Lawler next.
Long par 5, a 3-shotter. Water comes into play on the layup on the right side. Key is get it in the fairway off the tee to make the layup easier, and well, Lawler just kisses it off the first cut of rough.
Just a reminder, it's day 3 of the DP World Tour Championship, but it's day 2, the final round, the 36-hole event, the G4D event here. And it's Rasmus Lee, the overnight leader, the 21-year-old Swede, who is looking for a maiden victory on this tour, who has a 1-stroke advantage. But Kip Poppert, who is the world #1, is only a stroke behind. And we're watching Chris Biggins and Brendan Lawler in our feature group, and they are certainly amongst the contenders.
Ball on, or club on face, and it's just going to roll.
Well, just to lay up here, it's not a bad lie, but I've just noticed the last couple of holes he seems to be losing a little bit of club head speed. I don't know whether he's getting tired or he's just getting ahead of it, but that's why the ball's been going right and sometimes hoiking a bit left. Oh, he had to dig that one out. That's water. Is it? No, he's just got that down the edge. I think that's a really fortunate break. Gosh, for 1 minute I thought that was in the drink. Absolutely marmalised his tee shot. Lawler down this hole got the benefit of the run down the hill. And I think if he catches this one, he can get home. It's a very tight entrance to this par 5, a bunker left and right and short of the green. Everything kicks down towards the right-hand bunker and to the water. Got to keep it up on the left, because that flag is hard left as well. So if you miss, to give yourself half a chance with the chip shot, you've got to come in from the left side. But this man is so aggressive today with his play.
What a good swing that was. Sounded like good contact. Taking it on. As Warren said, that's where you have to miss it. But ooh, didn't want to go that far. Ran out of the chipping area into the rough. Hole's cut on the right side, but everything slopes left to right. That might prove to be a difficult lead.
We haven't seen too many pretty lies around the greens, have we, this week?
No, we certainly haven't.
95 to 98.
2, 3, 4 today on this first par 3. Foxy probably with a 5-iron. There's many ways to get this close. You can draw it in, you can try to hit a high cut and use that bounce that's going to send the ball right to left. That needs to cut a little bit more to use that slope. It's just the wrong side of it, not far off.
Job #1, though, he's on the green, even though from distance. 4th green is a tough one to hit, especially where the hole was located yesterday in the shallow left side of the green.
And he's moved from 217th into the top 25 of the world, Ryan Fox. What a year it's been for him.
I mean, short and long is going to be the same thing. It's almost like this. So probably right in the middle, roll up the ridge.
Well, he's got to try and make use of his good fortune. He's got about just over 100 yards here. Just a little wedge coming in, a little gap wedge. But to go straight at the flag would be a no-no, I think. You've got to pitch this left and use the contours of the green. Let it just drift down a little bit to the left. If he goes straight at this flag, he's got to play the perfect shot. All downhill once he carries the right-hand bunker. If he goes directly at it, it looks like he's aiming straight at the flag. Oh, how brave is this? How brave is this? What a shot! Get in!
Wow, danced it right around the hole. Biggins looking for back-to-back birdies. And certainly has a great opportunity here at 14, trying to birdie his way back into contention. He knocks that one in, he'll be within 1.
How good was that, guys? I mean, to take that on, full marks.
Right at it.
Tough hole location over that bunker. I mean, that was just a phenomenal shot when he really needed it. Playing without fear.
Well, he's only got to push that a few yards right. He's in the drink. I have to say, though, this is not nice for Lawler. I mean, coming out of this Bermuda, it's uphill for the first 15 yards, and then it's probably got some of the fastest green on the course, dipping away down towards that flag on the water. So if he gets this a little sharp, I mean, he could be off the green in a heartbeat. If you just decelerate a little, you only get it halfway. I mean, this is super, super tough. Yeah, I think he was just killed by the pace of the green there.
He's found a good lie all of a sudden. He's in the part of the bunker where someone's been before, so it's nice and smooth where his ball is lying. Now this is the type of shot here. You can hit a 6 out of 10 bunker shot and the result would be a 9 out of 10. He's pitched this a lot further than I thought he was gonna. How quickly did that stop? I was hoping for a chunk and run and using the whole green.
Look of disappointment from Ollison. Formality and back-to-back birdies wipes away that double
on the right hand side
at 12 for Biggins.
It's within one of the lead of Rasmus Leah. Things are really tightening up here with a difficult finish at the Earth course.
Correct.
Yeah, Rasmus Leah as well. He'll have some nightmares about 18. He was level par yesterday going down 18 and made an 8 up that par 5.
So Foxy on the 4th, I asked him on the way up, did you hit 5? And he was like, no, I hit 6. So 234, trying to pitch it about 225. And the big guys just hit a 6 iron. Just take a moment and have an idea of what that is like. Pace priority here, a little bit off the left.
And we had a great view from behind. You can see the color change right there. It gets dark and slows up as it's into the grain, but a wonderful putt from distance. Great pace.
Can we talk about this 6 iron thing again, please?
I can't relate to, I mean, you maybe can relate to a 6 iron from that range, but it sounds like even you're surprised.
Well, I've never really played with a lot of guys that have a club on me. But, I mean, a 6 iron from 234. Good morning.
That's amazing. Back to 14. Lawler for birdie. Quick one down the hill. Very pacey. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Oh, just hangs on.
Ollison to try and complete the up and down from the sand.
It's never an easy part of the green to read here because you've got a few waves coming from the right hand side of the green. So the left part of the green is all left to right, and that right part is right to left. It looked like it did a little bit of right to left at the end, didn't it?
Just barely caught the hole. Looked like another good putt for Ollison. Sometimes you have days, sometimes you have weeks when you hit a lot of good putts and they just don't go in. Early part of this 3rd round for Ollison, that seems to be the case.
Well, it's a tough par 4, 234 yards, but as Nicholas Colsaerts was saying, 6 iron. Now Lawler just hung on, but he's losing ground. He's on a run at the moment where the birdies aren't coming and pars are hard to find as well. And it's all getting the better of him right now. His chances of getting that first win of the season look as if they're slipping away. But Chris Biggins playing alongside him, he has made a move in the right direction the last couple of holes. It's really tight up there. Curtis Barkley, the 35-year-old Canadian who lost in the playoff earlier this year at the Belfry, he's in with a chance of his first G4D title. Still Rasmus Leah, the overnight leader, who's out on top. 4 players separated by just a single stroke. But that run from Lawler, 5 bogeys in the space of 8 holes, have really damaged his chances. So back to the Ryan Fox, Torbjorn Olesen pairing, and they're at hole number 5.
This is really just a hole you play for position off the tee, 295 yards to that bunker in the middle of the fairway. It's an uphill second shot tucked behind that left bunker. Players can only see the top half of the flagstick. Hole's cut 21 on, but in reality it's only 5 or 6 over the fringe, and it is really a tough one. There is a slope a little bit behind and right of the hole you can use, and Fox just going with his driving iron.
Remember, he's hit this left into the jungle yesterday. He's found the first cut today, so it's about a 20-meter improvement compared to yesterday with the same club. Torbjorn would probably something a bit bigger. 5 wood, maybe 3 wood. It's a bit down, so maybe 5. Like Jay mentioned, you're only playing for position here. You never really have a long second shot into this. There's not many tee shots that you can take a break almost on this golf course. This could only be the only one.
That's the ball there of Torbjorn Olesen. Fairway finder at 5. Things certainly heating up in the G4D event.
Tough tee shot at 14, just gently uphill. Just a plethora of bunkers in the driving area to miss, and Biggins looks like he hit it in the second of the 3 in the fairway. That will prove to be a difficult second shot. There's no real easy safe play at 15. At some point you're going to have to take it on, and Lawler definitely is with the driver. A lot of frustration right now.
And that has sat right down. He's had a number of near misses this season. Looks like it's going to be another one for Lawler. There's confirmation. It's been all pars on the back 9 so far for Rasmus Lia. He's been the player to catch all day long. Those 2 there, Perino and Brown. The only other 2 winners outside of Kip Poppert this season. They've got 1 win apiece.
This lie here in the bunker than where Lawler is. Lawler in the left rough and buried. At least Biggins here's got a chance, 75 yards to this flag. Pretty good lie, but has to hit it perfectly to carry the second bunker, and that's not what I was expecting.
Not quite with it. What to do then for Biggins?
This lie for Lawler. Oh. You know, I've seen some really strong players this week struggle out of a lie like this. He's got to absolutely rip through this. Oh, he's gone right underneath it. He couldn't afford to back away from that. He tried to play the delicate one.
Just picked up a little bit of poor language. Apologies for that. I'm sure it wasn't Warren Humphreys though.
I don't know what you were hearing, but
it wasn't you, Warren. Don't worry about that.
Okay. Well, it's tell you what, these pins on this third day. I mean, this is tight. I mean, it's a heck of a tee shot for these boys because there's so many bunkers for them to carry off the tee. I thought Biggins was really brave. He threw himself at the tee shot. He was nearly off both feet. He was doing a Justin Thomas to try and carry that front bunker. So he's now got this third shot. He's played some wonderful pitches. That pitch shot he played at the last was brilliant. He's got to play one equally as good now. Just under 50 yards here. Got to try and pitch it right at the base of that flag with some plenty of height. That slight upslope helps him. Time for a good one. He's got in a bit low. Pitched it by the flag. What a shot again. He's so good with that wedge in his hand.
Came in low, but boy, that had a lot of spin. We've seen some amazing short shots into the greens from Biggins. Ryan Fox from 148. This is all about trusting your yardage. First cut of rough. Might be a little bit of distance control issue. Have to take that front bunker out of play. Look for this to be 15, 20 feet past the hole.
Some gorgeous iron shots early on from Torbjorn Olesen.
Another opportunity here. Ball slightly above his feet on a little bit of an upslope, a little bit better angle, but more importantly, coming out of the fairway for Olesen. You want to be aggressive, but you have to give that front bunker respect. Not a poor shot from where Fox was, but certainly not a good shot from where Olesen drove the ball. He was in perfect position.
Well, Lawler played a fantastic shot out of the bunker. He's got it almost stone dead. Now Biggins, he's probably going to have a putt here 5.5, 6 feet, and he really needs to make this, having bounced back. Make 2 birdies on the last 2. He doesn't want to give a shot away here, so there's a massive amount of pressure on this putt here. And there's not going to be a massive amount of movement in it. This is just going to be about nerve and steel and a little bit of intestinal fortitude. But he seems up for the fight. He's really, you can see he really wants this. See the focus in his eyes. He's pretty relaxed. He's chatting away to his caddy and to us. Big putt. Brilliant, brilliant up and down.
Wow, excellent from Biggins, the first American to win a DP World Tour title last season. Looking for his first of the campaign. As Warren was mentioned, excellent bunker shot from Lawler. And he completes his par as well.
Let's have a look at the 5th green. The 2 approach shots for Olesen and Fox. Very similar positions. Olesen to go first. He's going to give Fox a read.
Both similar putts for the 2 boys. Like Jay mentioned, a bit disappointing from Olesen, but he had a bit of mud on the ball that maybe you guys couldn't see. Quick, left to right, especially the last 6 feet or so. Looks like once it's going to miss the hole on the right, it'll go right and very quickly pass the hole. You can see Foxy standing nearby, giving it full attention. Is it?
Wow, that had a tremendous amount of break from left to right. He started at a good 3.5 or 4 feet left and still missed it on the right. Good pace.
I still got my reads on, Jade.
You've got it. You've got it for sure, Nico.
And keep in mind, I didn't grow up on this grass, but you know, green reading and grain reading is definitely a skill. Now Foxy knows exactly what this does. or how much it breaks at the end. Hurry, hurry, come on.
Well, it helps he saw the one before, but fantastic birdie from Fox nonetheless.
Yeah, you could hear some of the Kiwis next to me actually loving it for Foxy.
Well, they've had plenty to cheer about as far as he's concerned. Stephen Alcor winning the Champions Tour rankings. Lydia Ko's leading halfway in Florida. She's on her way to winning the LPGA Tour ranking. Doesn't look like Fox is going to make it the triple, but he's not going to give up the fight.
That was such a good putt. Helped out by Olesen, but still had to execute. Olesen did tap in for his par, and now to the 16th tee.
Brutal par 4 this 16th, no matter who you are. Second shot over water, but first you've got to navigate the bunkers in the middle of the fairway. That's a terrific tee shot. He's got a little bit of extra run on that, so that'll help him. Norla's got a lot more power up his sleeve. Hits nicely up the back of the ball, but he's getting certainly frustrated out here. He's really annoyed with some of the shots that he hit, so he might just unleash one here. Just give it a little bit of extra, catch the downslope and really chase it down over the hill. It's a big belt.
Such a good, efficient swing, Warren.
Yeah, it didn't quite make it onto the downslope, but it's still a lovely hit.
The leader Rasmus Leah birdied the par 5 14th after dropping a shot at 13, so it was a four-way tie at one point, but he now edges back one ahead of the three behind him, so we couldn't have it more exciting, could we, really, for the finale of the G4D season. One shot separating four players as we come down the final few holes.
Well, when you think what type of scoring variety can happen on the final hole, this is all going to come down to the last hole. Let's have a couple looks at Biggins. Downhill left to right birdie putt at the 13th.
And that reaction was off the back of what happened at 12, where he made that double bogey with the poor second shot.
Drove it in the right rough at the par 5 14th, laid up to this position. Difficult hole location. Biggins is brave and knocked it right in there close. That was a tap-in birdie 4 for back-to-back birdies for the American.
Yeah, lovely look at this par 3 6th.
Front hole location today, all over water, and certainly the water will be in the player's eye. Only 170 yards today because of that front hole location. But you want to take the water out of play. It's cut. Holes cut 8 over the front fringe, so certainly we'll see probably most of the balls venture 10 to 15 feet along. Picturesque hole, but gives the players fits. It's so visually intimidating. It's nice right now. Look at that pond between the tee and the green, like a mirror, windless.
It's picture perfect.
Probably wants to take a few off this 9-iron, Foxy, to get close. A little bit right. Came out of there a little bit. And all of a sudden, a bit of a gust. It was flat calm when he was stood over the ball, like Jay mentioned. And all of a sudden, just like, whoa, this is like half a club, if not a full club.
That came from nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, I know. It was very strange. Just all of a sudden, just like somebody just, you know, turned the fan button on.
It's no fun when your ball's in the air and that happens.
Well, the problem is, I mean, you've got water short, so Torbjorn didn't switch clubs, which is probably the smart thing to do. Like you mentioned, you don't really mess with this front part of the green. Only 6 spaces, really. So probably the same thing for Torbjorn, just one more club, a few off of 8 iron. This will be high and soft. This will be good.
Wow.
Good.
I mean,
excellent.
That's an amazing shot. Took on the water.
Sure, I heard don't mess with this front flag.
I don't think he meant to land it there, but it worked out well.
So you're saying an average, really good shot?
Sometimes less than perfect shots turn out very well, and I think that was the case.
157 off the downslope, all up to this flag. Cannot go right, otherwise you go down the slope to the lower level. A little bit more room left. You can use the contours that way. I think that's what he's trying to do. Good shot.
Trying to feed down the slope that Warren was talking about. Good safe shot.
It's 117. I don't know if I can get it. Probably can't.
Well, that tee shot from Biggins, let me tell you, he is got the adrenaline pumping, because to keep up with Lawler off the tee, where he's normally a little bit behind him, that's some tee shot. So you know the heartbeat is racing. He's got the adrenaline in the system. It's exactly the same yardage. Well, he's 6 inches closer. They hit it so close to each other off the tee. Maybe one more club for this man here, but again, he's got to make sure he goes a little bit left. Doesn't want to get too aggressive. Miss it right. Smooth 8 iron. That's a good shot.
Come on down. Well, it's a late night in Birmingham, Alabama, but no one's going to sleep right now. Chris Biggins is right in the thick of things here, trying to win this G4D season finale in Dubai.
Foxy, it's just outside the green. Good old 30 feet or so. Now the first 2/3 of this is super shiny, which will suggest down grain, but it looks a bit uphill. And when I first had a look at this from behind Foxy's, it looked like it was hardly going to break. And then when I had a look at the other side, and it looks like it's a massive right to left, or sneaky right to left that is not easy to see. That bobbled a little bit early. Easily happens when you put off the green and you don't pay attention enough to what's in front of you.
Couple under today early on, like he was yesterday, Ryan Fox, and didn't push on from there. Keen to post something in the 60s today. Hasn't lost his turn here.
Something that you have to pay attention when you putt off the green is what the ball is going to do early, because there is a way with the putter, you know, to avoid as much as you can this ball to get into the grass by just hit up slightly on it instead of heading down, which would have been helpful on this occasion. Yeah, this will come off his right a little bit, I think.
Well, a bogey after that brilliant birdie at 5. It's been the case this week. A couple of steps forward and then a step back for Fox, whose dream of being the #1 player, lifting the Harry Vardin trophy, looks to have slipped away this week.
Well, I think Biggins will have a good look at this putt from Laura. I don't think it breaks as much from left to right as you think, because the grain halfway to the hole is the other way, a little bit right to left and into them. And it did hang out there a little bit on the right. I thought it might have just come back. He's been unlucky. He's had no good fortune on the green so far. The amount of golf that I've watched him, been very unlucky. A lot of good putts that haven't gone in.
Well, Warren, he gave Biggins a pretty good read, and this is to get into a tie for the lead.
And he's got a great chance. It is downhill, but I say the last 8-10 feet, it's into a cross green, right to left. So he's got to set this left initially, but then that green is going to hold it up and slow it up. So he's got to be a little bit firmer. And he wasn't.
Wow, that was woefully short. That is not what you need when you're chasing the leader.
So just a par for Biggins, and meanwhile back at 15, Rasmus Leah has just made another birdie. So we're talking about Biggins with an opportunity to tie the lead. He's now 2 back of the Swede. He's enjoying himself, and so he should be, playing really nicely. Quite the closest here at 6 so far today, but close enough.
Well, you're giving these today, aren't you?
I'm giving, definitely in for 2.
Well, you're 2 for 2. I'm giving putts.
Well done, Torbjorn.
And Nico Colsart said it was an 8-iron, said he wanted to take a little off of it. It's a good thing he didn't take more off of it. All carryover water, just barely carries the fringe, but releases up perfectly pin high. And obviously we just saw the putt led to a birdie 2 at the 6th.
Well, round 2 certainly was the emergence of the Spaniards, wasn't it, at the DP World Tour Championship, with John Rahm, Jorge Campillo and Adri Arnaus all firing. But it's the 2 Englishmen who led the way after day 1 who still sit there. They followed each other in terms of scoring at least 65, 67, taking Fitzpatrick and Hatton to 12 under par. Fitzpatrick could double up this week by winning the DP World Tour Championship, along with that Harry Vardon Trophy. Tommy Fleetwood, a winner last week. He's there again at 6 under par, and a reminder that Rory is a stroke further back. And there he is in that group at 5 under par. What a good year it's been for Richie Ramsey, back in the winner's circle as well. Max Kiefer, first time he won on the DP World Tour when he won in Prague back in August. Guido Migliozzi, the French Open champion. Major Maronk getting his first pole to win on the DP World Tour. And Ashen Wu, what a climb up the leaderboard yesterday. 78-64 his 2 rounds.
Well, this will test them today, won't it? Pin back left, 161 from the tees they're playing from, and that breeze into their face off the left. And well, I think we've mentioned it every day. Ever since we've come here,
I'm aware of what you do.
We've never had a hole-in-one. Wouldn't it be great if one of these boys could pop it in? Beat the big boys, make an ace.
And I think they get the hole-in-one prize as well.
And they would deserve it, let me tell you. But
yeah,
if they're going to do that, they've got to hit absolute corker. I mean, anything coming out a little bit short and left, if it stalls in that left wind, then they'll be down the slope in a heartbeat. Got to pitch this one well up. Probably looking at a 6-iron here. Oh, he caught that a little heavy and pulled it. Left bunker.
If you're going to miss it left, in that bunker is probably the best place. You can get the most spin on it, the most elevation. That's a very tough chipping area left of the green down the bank.
Same shot, aiming a little right of the flag here. Well, it's on the dance floor, some way from the hole.
If he could par that hole, maybe sneak out a birdie at 18, it will be a target to set. Here's the par 5 7th.
And it's a gently uphill hole, fairly a flat drive, but the second shot definitely uphill a fair amount. Hole's cut on the left side of the green. Absolutely imperative to get it in the fairway.
I never saw Olsen's ball. I want to embrace myself. Wouldn't it be nice for somebody to spend the evening at my place last night? Would have been funny. Foxy, wind down off the right. Imperative to find a fair way to go find this green into. Leaning around a little, want to avoid that bunker. It's just short of it.
What was that about your place, Nicholas? I didn't quite pick that up.
I'm sorry?
What were you saying about something going on at your place last night?
Well, yeah, my amazing wife had organised a surprise party for my 40th with some of the boys, and I kind of sniffed it when I went home to have a shower at 5 o'clock, so I pretended I didn't know anything, but Torbjorn stayed home. Not too late.
So did you feign the surprise then, Nicholas? Is that what happened, or did you reveal?
Well, to be fair, she's done this a few times now, and it's the first time that I've sniffed it, so she's got a very, very good success rate.
Well, a happy birthday again anyway.
Thank you very much.
Well, they say life begins at 40, and Nicholas will be back on the DP World Tour after a year where he's had to sit out much of the campaign.
In the right rough, and it looked like his ball settled down pretty far, and you have to hit the fairway to have a go at the green. Certainly Fox has the firepower. Olsen will just be a layup from that right rough position.
Well, he played a great bunker shot on 15. He's got to do the same here. A little bit more room for him here for Lawler, and that's a stunning shot.
Fantastic from Lawler.
I am super impressed with Lawler's driving. His putting is just amazing. His bunker shots have been exquisite. It's just the iron play today that's kind of held Lawler back a little bit. But look at this bunker shot. Landed it perfectly. A little bit into the upslope, killed the momentum, and just rolled out inside of 3 feet. Brilliant shot.
He's been a bit of an inspiration to many. Tempro in 2019, signed with Modest Golf. It says Niall Horan, who is part owner of that, has changed his life. But Biggins here, well, this could be a bit of a life-changing couple of holes if he could somehow claw back that lead that Rasmus Lia has.
Well, if he holds this putt, you'll hear the cheer from the other side of the pond. And I don't mean the one here, I mean in America. As this is some putt he's got. It's all the way uphill. It's into the grain. It's a slow putt, and it's going to move from right to left, so he's got to give this a real bash. He left the last one short. I wonder if he'll overcompensate here. Leaving the flag in. Go on, hurry, hurry. Great putt, great putt. Ooh.
Right after that.
Very good putt. It's such a tough hole location, near impossible to get it close to the hole, so it's going to be a good 3 for Biggins. And you know what? Anything can happen at the par 5 18th. Picks up a 4 at the 18th, sit in the clubhouse and wait, and well, Leah will have the pressure on him, especially after finishing with a triple bogey 8 yesterday. Will he have a short memory and forget about that 8? Hard to do.
Yeah, Biggins right now in a tie for second place. Kip Poppert, who's been the one who's won so much this season, has just bogeyed 17 this par 3, so he comes down the last, you would think, with maybe a bit too much to do with 8 over par. Brendan Lawler certainly the case at +9. But it's always going to be a memorable week for Brendan, I suppose, when you start the week with 9 holes with Shane Lowry and Rory McIlroy.
Not a bad way to do it. Right rough for Olesen, just laying up at the 7.
Yeah, sensible thing to do. The lie is just not good enough to give this a chance. No back left pin. It's going to have a big side hill slope lie on the next one. And I'm actually surprised to see Foxy with an iron as well, playing out. I just had a little chat with Foxy's wife just here on the side of the fairway, asking what was the mood like on you know, yesterday's ride back to the hotel, and she was like, yeah, he was all right.
Yeah, exactly. It's got any heat on it, it's chasing up there.
Is there a little bit of help there?
Switching around a bit. It certainly feels at my back at the moment.
Give me one there, rather than one next to me. Like that?
Yeah. Look, I'm not concerned about the top. I should say it's 195 onto the other side there.
Yeah, so we're trying to get close to the screen with an iron. You can try to scoot up, but it's pretty steep at the front of the green, so if you send this slow and scooting, it needs to have some stain. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more.
Yeah, great shot.
It got there. He worked it out between them there, Ryan Fox and his caddy Dean Smith.
I don't think so. I didn't see it pop up.
Worth another look there. Only the strength of Ryan Fox could dig it out of the rough and get it up there that far uphill. Got a nice little bounce, landing it into the slope, but it released, mainly due to coming out of the rough. 2 wonderful shots for Fox.
Our feature group coverage. We were watching Victor Hovland and Shubhankar Sharma in a short while, but we're seeing home this pairing of Brendan Lawler and Chris Biggins in the final hole of their G4D season. Lawler's already played here. He's at 9 over par. You can see 5th place, and his chances of winning are pretty much gone after hitting the bogey trail around the turn. But for the American Biggins, silverware still a possibility here.
Yes, Lawler driving into the left-hand bunker. So he's got very little options from there, but it just shows you that this is a tough driving hole. The creek down the right, bunkers left, and a fair breeze now. It's a good strong breeze into their face here, so it's really playing its length. He's got to bust this one. Giving it everything he's got there.
Yeah, just trickled into that bunker.
.113 for toe. Ball below his feet a little bit, but this is a perfect sand wedge. maybe just past. Get it to stop quickly. It's a good result.
Quickly it did. The greens are so firm. We haven't seen many, if any, balls spin back. We've seen some feedback off of slopes. The greens have proven to be very firm this week. It's been a great test. I love the fact that there's no overseeded rough, a different type of challenge playing out of the Bermuda rough. I think it's put more of a premium on driving, and so far it's been a wonderful week, and it has rewarded good play and certainly punished any players that were a little off their game.
It's already a steamy morning as well. Two players I'm sure who'll look back on 2022 with fond memories. The year that Ollison came back, really, after being a little bit in the wilderness of former Ryder Cup players, and where Ryan Fox really shone at the age of 35, hitting his prime. It's interesting hearing Torbjorn Olesen, even talking before he won the British Masters, saying that, well, he admitted really he hadn't been working hard enough the last few years. There were points when he wasn't sure he could get back to the level that he'd reached the year he played in the Ryder Cup. Defeated Jordan Spieth 5-4 in that 2018 duel.
That was a great effort, no question about that. But, you know, unless you're a superstar, unless you're a McIlroy, a Tiger, you know, those type of players, you know, your career is going to have ebbs and flows. And currently, I should say not currently, but obviously that Olesen is coming out of an ebb and he's in the flow. And this man right here putting for eagle, Ryan Fox, he's in full flow.
Shouldn't move much. It's all about pace.
It's coming up shy with the eagle attempt, Fox. Just trickled into the bunker, didn't it, for Biggins here. They're allowed to use rangefinders. It's an ad on the LPGA Tour as well.
And the line's going to be at that hospitality corner, right?
The closest corner to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, chaps, I'm just fearful again. I don't know, he and his caddy look to be... I thought looking up the right, that would be the wrong shot. He's got to play left here, take the creek out of play. Ball again, once again, just slightly nestled in the sand. It's not fully down, but he's got to pick this one clean if he can, and that's not easy.
God damn.
Oh, it's a magnificent shot. Steady down, steady down. Wow, I didn't think you could get that far up.
How much that moved.
Just a par at the 7th due to having been forced to lay up after driving in the right rough. Fox drove it in the right rough as well, but banged an iron up here, came up short with his eagle. This for birdie.
Yeah, baby birth the par 5s on this front 9, so 1 under par again. Down from the 18th green down to the 18th fairway. can somehow eke a birdie out of this hole, Biggins, it would give him real hope of putting some pressure on Rasmus Lia, who, fair play to the Swede, led overnight by 1, now leads by 2.
Well, Lawler is so close to the bunker, he hit the lip of the bunker coming out, so he is now an awful long way back. They're going to have to wait for the green, so it could be here a little while.
We're definitely waiting for that green to clear, so while they do that, we'll see a ball there, Nicholas. Someone already gone here?
Yeah, Foxy's hit fine, the middle of the fairway, perfectly fine. Deked it a little right maybe, because I know Foxy, he would have liked to take this left bunker on, but Thor here can't carry down the right. It's about 290 yards in a little bit of a wind. So Thor will have to thread this down the right hand side of this fairway. And it looks good to me.
Looks good to us as well.
Yeah, just splitting the fairway. Looks like he's going to be on a nice little upslope, which will help his second into the 8th. Green has cleared at 18. Lawler has played his 3rd shot, but let's have a look at where Chris Biggins is, trying to put pressure on the leader here on the final hole.
You know, I've got him about 166 in terms of yardage up to the hole, but the fact that it plays uphill and he's going to be into the wind, that's going to add another club, maybe a club and a bit. Then you've got to take off the fact that he's got the adrenaline in the system. It's going to be a really good 5-iron for him. That flag over there on the right, and what I've been really impressed about this guy, he hasn't backed away. You know, he had that disappointment of the double bogey, but he's just played such aggressive golf all the time. He really wants to try and make birdie here.
That back high knob is 132 or 32.
That's what the ball's going to do, it's going to be up there.
I mean, you can aim it at the pin and let it draw back and let it go up that hill.
Like if he's trying to play a draw to a right flag, that's another brave shot. Got to keep his balance here in rhythm. He's got a couple of times he's got ahead of the ball. Just stay with this shot and he'll be fine. He just slipped a little with his right foot. That's not where he wanted to go, right bunker.
Yeah, second bunker he's found at this 18th hole. The clubhouse target has been set, 73 today from Curtis Barkley, so 7 under par is already in the house, so up and down for Biggins here to match that. And then the pressure on Leah, and listen, we wish him no ill, of course, but he'll be as aware as we are of what happened to him at 18 yesterday. The #1 adaptive golfer in the US, Chris Biggins, the first American to win a G4D DP World Tour title, as he won last year at the Kazoo Classic last August. It's been impressive to watch, particularly after the setback, Warren, that he had at 12, to respond in the way he did.
Oh, absolutely. And this is the first time I've seen these guys play live and be alongside them. And I tell you, it is unbelievably impressive what they do. Their striking ability, the technique that they use, I mean, it is impressive and it's inspiring. Their attitude, I mean, they're so competitive.
And this, Warren, is inspirational. I know.
Oh, it's massively inspirational. I mean, if these guys can get out and play at this level, and this is a high level, on a course which is brutal. I mean, if most people came and played here, you know, the average low handicap player, they wouldn't break 80. On a course like this, I mean, this is stupendous stuff that they're doing. I know they may be over par, but at the level that they're playing, it's just outstanding. I take my hat off to them.
Well, just to give you an idea, Brendan Lawler last year was the only pro in Ireland, turned pro in 2019. There were no other disability golfers professionally in Ireland. This year they had a final trial. There were 7 players there, all below 3 handicap. They said they all started because they saw Brendan playing on the DP World Tour at the Belfry. So these images, these platforms that these golfers with disability have, will lead to others doing the same, and it'll make it more competitive. The levels will go up, and the entertainment value with it too. Now this full shot that he's got, I mean, he has to get up and down here. We know already 7 over par is in the house. How tricky is this? Well, we just had an update that Rasmus Lee has just made a 4 at 17, so that makes it even more interesting in terms of who's going to win.
Square face here, pitching onto a downslope. He's got to catch this perfectly.
Well, he had to get it on the green, give himself a putt. The ball's trying to feed back off of that slope closer to the hole, so it's going to be a really important par putt ahead for Chris Biggins. And with that bogey 4 at the penultimate hole for Rasmus Lee, the pressure is just building on this final hole.
And what about Curtis Barkley, who has set the pace? The 35-year-old Canadian was 7 over par after 7 holes yesterday. He's finished at 7 over par.
I'm going to say the P word. This has playoff written all over it right here. It's going to take, it looks like, a par or better at the final hole for Leah, who made a triple bogey 8 on this difficult final hole yesterday for a 75. The pressure is all on the young Swede, but right now the pressure is on Chris Biggins. He knows, he's seen.
Brendan Lawler just tapped in there. I think that was a par for him to close and finish it. 9 over par, 76 from him today.
Biggins will have seen the leaderboard. He knows he needs to make this par putt to try to tie Curtis Barkley from Canada, and then just wait and watch to see what Leah can do. You gotta love it when it all comes down to the final hole, a hole that has so much drama built into the design.
And Warren, he's looking at this from every angle.
And why wouldn't he? He doesn't have to worry about pace. He's coming downhill, down grain. So he knows if he sets this off on the right line, but this is where he's got to control his emotions. When the heartbeat is up and you're racing, you've got to find a way just to calm yourself down so you can put a smooth stroke on it. He's aiming this one considerably outside the left edge. Go on, knock it in.
Told you clutch at 13 and 14, but had that one right all the way. A disappointing bogey 6 at the final hole, visiting sand twice, and it will be no playoff opportunity for Chris Biggins.
75 to 76 rather, to go with the 76 we saw from him yesterday as well. So in the end, 8 over par won't be good enough. We know 7 over par is already in the house from Curtis Barkley, and confirmation of 78. It was a double bogey 7 in the end from Brendan Lawler, who started nicely today, but things just went awry around the turn and he couldn't claw it back afterwards. But we know Brendan, who's had 3 runner-up finishes this season, will be back for more on the G4D in 2023.
Olsen hit that good tee shot at the 8th from the middle of the fairway. Hole's cut in the middle of the 3 levels here at the 8th, right side of the green. Oh, another good iron shot for the Dane. Potential birdie coming up would be to get him back to even par on the week.
And if you're wondering, as we look at Ryan Fox in our feature group coverage here, we are going to also be following the game of Victor Hovland and Shubhankar Sharma in our coverage today.
Good safe shot from Fox. Short-sided himself yesterday. It led to a bogey 5. Doesn't make the same mistake again today.
I think we're going to get to see Rasmus Lia coming down that 18th hole as well. So plenty of action. Been a bit of a feature group bonanza today, hasn't it, at the DP World Tour Championship in the Saturday sunshine in Dubai on the Earth course at Jumeirah Golf Estates. Still a little while before these guys go out, about an hour and a half. I'm talking Fitzpatrick and Hatton. Very much in contention, all of these players. You can see the gold stars by them. No one's got more than 4. Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. That means how many Rolex Series events they have captured.
A couple of different sets of green for Foxy on this spot. It's very difficult to read.
There's a gorgeous shot in from Torbjorn Olesen. That shows less than 6 feet left for his birdie.
Yeah, it was actually better than a good shot because he came a little bit of a side slope and that pin being so close to the right hand side. I'm going to give him that a 9.5 out of 10 for Torbjorn. And he only has 1 set of green to deal with, unlike Foxy. Shouldn't move much this.
Well, that's an excellent birdie. There's been some really good golf in there today from Olesen.
Good 2-putt par for Ryan Fox. Both players have made 3 birdies and 1 bogey, couple under par in the first of our 2 feature groups today. So it's good play on a difficult golf course. Let's have another look at this second shot from the middle of the fairway for Olesen. Just hit some exquisite iron shots. Throwing in there high, landing it softly.
Round 3 of the season finale on the DP World Tour season 2022, and it could end up in double glory for Matt Fitzpatrick, who's looking to wrap up the season with a win, the US Open champion alongside Tyrrell Hatton at 12 under par. But it's a 3-shot gap to the rest. Jon Rahm, Rory McIlroy amongst those in the chasing pack. 36 holes still to be played. Oliver Wilson has started his 3rd round with a birdie at the first, so the winner of the maiden Himmerland slips into the top 20. Crowds were excellent yesterday. Be more of the same. They've actually sold out of general admission tickets for Saturday and Sunday for the last 2 days at this DP World Tour Championship. So going to have the noise to go with the spectacular shot making. New wave of German golfers coming through. I don't think you put Max Kiefer in that bracket, even though he's got his breakthrough win this year, but Yannick Paul certainly is the case as far as he's concerned. One of the contenders as well for the Rookie of the Year. He started the week in 19th place on those DP World Tour rankings. There is Ryan Fox. Couple under for the day. And what a season it's been for Richard Mansell. Category 17 at the start of the year. Makes it to the DP World Tour Championship. He's under par now for the week. Like Fox, Torbjorn Olesen a couple under. Started the day at +2. But this is the final pairing in the G4D. This is at the 18th with Rasmus Lia.
Oh, good looking swing there and a good approach. Wonderful. Puts it in perfect position. And it looks like, I believe that's his third shot. Looks like he has 2 putts to win by 1. Oh yeah, that's worth a fist pump. Great shot with all the pressure, especially after making triple bogey 8 yesterday. This final hole, a hole that has taken many prisoners over the years.
And you saw the little pat on his leg there. That was from his dad. His dad's caddying for him for the very first time in one of these G4D events. I mean, what a moment this is going to be for them. That little buggy ride up this par 5 18th, knowing the job is almost done.
It's really cool to share with your father. Most of us start golf because of family. And the 21-year-old obviously is going to be around a long time. A wonderful swing and dealing with the pressure well.
Yeah, he's only 21 years of age. A promising junior cross-country skier. Had a terrible accident skiing, which is why he suffers with a leg impairment. Playing with Juan Postigo Acre from Spain. And that's pretty handy too.
Wow, beautiful shot. I mean, these guys have just shown so much talent today. I mean, when you think that, you know, we talk all the time in golf about how you derive your power from your lower body. He only has one leg, and to be able to do it with the upper body only, it's just amazing how he has adapted to his disability to be able to play to this level.
And we've had confirmation that was the third in for Rasmus Lia. So a couple of putts and the title will be his.
These guys are also competitive. They, compete, all the time against each other. Great friendships, but they all want to, beat each other out there. Great atmosphere.
It is, but to be on this platform, on a golf course like this, I mentioned earlier how Brendan Lawler played 9 holes with Rory McIlroy, Shane Lowry. Juan Postigo Acre got to meet up with John Rahm. He played in the Champions Challenge at St Andrews, which was just before the 150th Open got underway this week. He played with Sandy Lyle, Bob Charles and Gary Player. So to have this platform, and hopefully he's going to finish up with a birdie here, Juan. And he does just that. Well done. That's a lovely way to finish. But the confirmation, that was for a par in a round of 80. He was the closest challenger to Rasmus Lia at the start of the day, but the platform was set yesterday with that round of 75. To go one better today and take the title by 2 shots.
Opportunity to finish in style with a birdie.
Fantastic. Rasmus Lia is the G4D DP World Tour Championship winner. Fantastic performance from the 21-year-old Swede. A first win for him on the G4D, and it comes at the season finale. And there is Dad with a congratulatory hug. I think he's more pleased than his son is.
Yeah, they're both very happy. And, sometimes, when you win, you don't really know how to react, especially when you win for the first time. And might take a while to sink in, but what an effort it is this week here in Dubai for Rasmus Lia.
So that concludes the season, if you like, on the G4D. We can hear from him now.
G4D Tour Series finale here in Dubai. Dramatic start on an incredibly tense afternoon. With your father on the bag for the first time, just describe how that feels.
Yeah, this was very exciting. It was special today. Yeah, it feels unreal to be here now.
You hit it in the water at 17. Things were very tight all the way through the back nine. What were you thinking at that stage? How clutch was the four you made there?
No, it was a great four. I hit my third shot a bit too much left, but luckily made a putt. So it was a nice way to come back from that water shot.
At one stage, four players were tied for the lead deep into the back nine. What were you thinking at that stage? How much pressure were you feeling?
I definitely felt it. I haven't looked that much on the leaderboard, but yeah, I had a feeling on that it was going to be close. So I made a few nice birdies on the back and managed to finish strong.
These televised events have showcased your talents incredibly well during the year. What message would yours be to those with disability who may be thinking about taking up golf and they may be inspired by what they've just seen from you?
Yeah, just work hard, keep believing in yourself, and we can be on this stage someday.
Many, many congratulations. Fantastic playing. Well done.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Yeah, it really was. 3 birdies in those last 5 holes from Rasmus Lia. Great to hear from him. Chatting with Tim Barter, and confirmation it was a 2-shot victory over Curtis Barkley, and Chris Biggins, how he fought over that closing stretch. 4th place for Kip Poppert, but the number 4 probably appropriate as well, because that's the number of titles he won on this G4D season. 4 wins in 7 events. That is why he's the world number 1. The world number 2, Brendan Lawler, finishing in 5th place. Just really things started to slip as he approached the turn. We saw that nice putt to finish for Juan Postigo Arca, and a season to remember for the bottom 2 as well, Tommaso Perino and Mike Brown, the other 2 players who have won on the G4D this season.
Yeah, it's been a great year. I mean, it's been a long year for these guys. They've traveled all over, competed against each other, and clearly a year to remember for Kip Poppert.
So we promised you we'd catch up with Victor Hovland and Shubhankar Sharma, and we can do that right now. This is at the 5th.
A little uphill par putt here for Hovland into the grain, so need to hit it nice and solid and firm. Birdie and a bogey. Birdied the 2nd to par 5, bogeyed the 4th, which is not unusual. Very difficult par 3, so even par through 5 for the young Norwegian.
Ryan Fox out of position at 9.
Yeah, we've got a lie on the right-hand side for Foxy. He's going to have to keep this slow under a bunch of trees. It looks like we've got the rights with the driver, with Foxy. Last couple of holes, ball tend to go right a bit. We talked about this yesterday. Is it the length of the season or whatever it might be, but you can see the level just dipping a little bit. It's not an easy shot, this. Clean lie, swing, just has to keep it low and try to find the green.
Yeah, comes down just right.
Heard it tick a tree. It was really solid contact.
Yeah, he's played the big cut. There was a shot to the left as well to use. I didn't think he was going to go for that. But it's not a bad result from there, actually.
Into the breeze here today to this flag 170. Puffing straight into their face just as Hovland plays.
A really good shot there. Such a dangerous hole location, just over the water.
Yeah, no matter where they put the flag here, Jay, this week, they've had it hard left, they've had it on the back, now on the front. If you want to get close to this hole, you've got to play a top shot. And they will worry a little bit whether the ball's just going to stall in the air, so you would think they'd have to just air fractionally on the long side. Sharma, when I watched him yesterday, hit one or two shots. Probably if he was going to have a weakness, it was the ones that pulled away a little bit to the left. And that's that wind now picking up almost as he addresses the ball here.
Two-time winner of the DP World Tour. It's been a couple of years since his last win, and he loses that one over to the right. A little bit of Danish support out there for this man. Olesen out of the fairway. Ball above his feet, uphill line, uphill second shot. Just asking for a high draw and leaves it out a little bit. Dangerous hole location, cut over that left bunker. Both Olesen and Fox will have plenty of work to do to get down in two from long range as they approach the ninth. Fitzpatrick and Hatton going a blow for blow. They hold a 3-shot lead over Arnaus and Noren. Final group of Fitzpatrick and Hatton go off in about 18 minutes. Excuse me, an hour and 18 minutes. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Campillo and Rom, a couple of Spaniards playing together. Kurt Kitayama, lone man on 7 under par, continues his good play. And up on the 9th green, Nicholas, Ryan Fox has a bit of a challenge here from the right edge of the green.
Yeah, but I don't think it's as much as it suggests. You know, there is that big slope at the back of the green on 9. Don't get me wrong, it's going to come off the right, but it's not like you're looking at hitting this 5 paces off the right, maybe 2 paces right of the hole will sort of do. Not easy to judge. Everything's uphill the first third of this.
Steady.
Sharma just under 70 feet out of the right bunker, and for the most part we've seen pretty good lies in the bunkers this week.
Perfect lie, Jay. Couldn't ask for anything better. They're so well manicured. Mind you, I'm not sure anyone's been in this bunker, having had a look at it, but it's pretty straightforward. He's got a lot of green to work with here, so he's got options. He can throw this halfway and trundle it down there if he wants. He could try and get a bit more spin, but that would be over complicating matters. Just take a little bit more sand and let it release down if he wants. Too much release.
We've got a lot of sand, and that one just feeding away from the hole down the slope. Let's go back to 9. Olesen, long range birdie putt. Really just thinking get down in 2 from this range. Ooh, that's a little shorter than the camera angle might show us at the moment.
Yeah, that's a better angle, isn't it? That's a good Good 4 feet in that. There's more than that for Shubhankar Sharma for his par at 6.
I like this. Do you know what? It's obviously Sharma's putt, but Hovland's go, I'll go next, play a little bit of ready golf, give you time to think about your putt. And this is really makeable. He'll be licking his chops at this one. That's a hair right of centre, down the green, pop it in, make birdie, feeling happy. Yeah, there you go.
So a couple of birdies now in this third round for Victor Hovland. He's 1 under for the day. Winner in Dubai at the start of the year.
A little bit heavy-handed for Shubhankar coming out of the bunker. I think he'd be really annoyed with himself. Not that he ever shows that. He's a very calm, quiet individual. Now he's got the putt there coming up the hill, into a bit of green, right to left. Not much, but enough. Gonna hit this a little bit firmer now. Oh, how about that for 3?
Avoided a third bogey of the day there, the Indian, 2-time winner on the DP World Tour. Maybe that's going to give him a little kickstart now for this third round, get things going.
Got a little bit too much sand with the bunker shot, ran it by to this position, uphill into the grain, and yes, goes right in the hole. Fantastic par save.
Two testers for par. First, Fox. It's that children's book, isn't it? The fabulous Mr. Fox, is it? The fantastic Mr. Fox. Did read it to the kids a few years back. It's been a fabulous, fantastic, whatever year you want to call it for Ryan Fox. Got Nico Colsaerts in his ear though there.
You can see the shiny color of the green from this angle. Tells you the green is going away from us, so right to left for Olesen. And like Fox, good 2-putt.
Okay, Mr. Pilot, Jay, just talk me through this. How can the last hole play into the wind and this one 90-degree angle to the last hole also feel like it's playing straight into the wind?
Well, I don't think it's really a pilot thing. I think it's just the wind is just kind of swirling down the tunnels of the trees and the houses and buildings around.
Well, you know, every time I played on tour, every hole I ever played was always into the wind. You know, I never played anything downwind.
And you never got any roll either, did you?
No, I never got any run either, no. Well, Sharma played a beautiful second shot here yesterday off the downslope of that left bunker. Knocked it into the middle of the green, but he wants to steer clear of that trap on the left if he can. Get it up towards Hovland's ball and get a little bit more chase if he hits it up the right side going down the green. Pitch it left half of the fairway, it will stick. So keep it up the right a little bit with a nice strong draw would be ideal.
Really nice swing there for Sharma. Really goes over to a strong, firm left side finish. Easily repeatable. driver at the 10th for Ryan Fox. Pretty narrow fairway. Left side slopes left to right quite a bit. And that is in the rough and settles down and just behind Oleson's ball, so both in the left rough, and they'll have a side hill lie as well. Not a great angle here at the 10th today.
And I've looked it up. It was the fantastic Mr. Fox, which was a Roald Dahl book. And I remember as well, because I've looked it up now, that George Clooney and Meryl Streep were in the film that they made about it as well. These players yet to head out for round 3, all with hopes of winning the season ender on the DP World Tour, the DP World Tour Championship itself. Matt Fitzpatrick hoping he's going to take a little more than that as well. Birdie 3 at the first, birdie 4 at the second for Ollie Wilson, playing his first DP World Tour Championship since 2014. Gavin Green off to a nice start as well in round 3. Looking Lagergren a couple under. Shane Lowry, we watched him in action yesterday, finished well. Lots of DP World Tour ranking points, lots of money up for grabs as well. $10 million prize fund, $3 million of it goes to the champion, along with those 2,000 DP World Tour ranking points. Robert McIntyre 4th on his last start here, a little further down the leaderboard right now. Been a better day today for Rafa Cabrera Bello. Tristan Lawrence 2 wins this season, couple under today. He'll be defending his title next week for the start of the 2023 season, the Joburg Open.
No rest for the weary. Things get going right away. It's always going to be a fun week down at the Joburg Open.
You're going to be there, aren't you, Jay?
I will be, and hoping for fantastic weather, good week, and it's always a challenge for any of the international players to try and beat the South Africans on home turf. Very difficult to do.
Is Jon Rahm the biggest danger, do you feel, to those top 2?
I mean, your eye definitely goes right to Jon Rahm, but if you're going to put a danger man to the top 2, it's hard to look past Alex Noren. He's been playing well, and he has a history of shooting some low scores on weekends to win big events. You can see Noren, a 2-time Rolex Series winner. You get a gold star for every Rolex win. So I wouldn't overlook Noren either.
Yeah, it's interesting hearing Jon Rahm speak yesterday. I mean, he shot a 66, but he thinks it could have been anything yesterday. He could have been shooting a course record here yesterday. If not everything is going to fall your way, but his game was that on point.
Well, when you have a player of that caliber, when he's on that much, and 66 is, oh, I left a lot out there. Yeah, okay, I didn't know that, I didn't hear that. So yes, he would be the man that you would expect to put the pressure on. And, let's not forget about Rory McIlroy. He's at 5 under par, and he has firepower like no one else in the world of golf right now.
So 2 in the rough. What about the lie?
Yeah, on the cut. Yeah, I'll do that.
Not much of a lie for Foxy here. If he takes this at the hole, at best it's going to be 20 feet by. Oh, and that never came out. Dear God, I never saw that coming. It was bad, but not that bad.
Yeah, it struggled to even get in the beginning of the bunker. That's going to be a tricky bunker shot.
This one's fine. All you need to do is play full loft of his lobber. A little bit right will kind of stop a lot quicker. It's always tempting when you've got a lob wedge in your hand to go at the hole, but here, if you want to go at the hole, it needs to be played perfectly. A little bit right would leave an easier putt. And that also needs to go.
Well, that one creeps down the hill onto the green, but clearly missing the fairway left for both Oleson and Fox proved to be difficult.
Alderson and Fox paying the price for missing the fairway here. We talked about all the spoils on offer this week on the Earth course at Jumeirah Golf Estates. One trophy has already been won, and it can be handed over to the winner of the G4D at the DP World Tour Championship, Rasmus Lia.
Rasmus, many, many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
David Williams, the chairman of the DP World Tour, handing over the trophy to Rasmus Lia, the winner of the G4D DP World Tour Championship. And confirmation that it was a birdie finish, and in the end, you have to say a comprehensive victory. 4 shots in the end for Rasmus Lia.
Was a wonderful week in the end, winning by 4. But it was a great week, a great tournament that came right down to the final few holes here for the G4D at the DP World Tour Championship.
235 here for Hovland. Just going to be a nice 3-iron coming up the hill. Pleased to tell you it's now down breeze. Sharma hit a great shot to knock it on the front edge, and I hope that stayed.
Yeah, I didn't realise, but they changed the score there for Rasmus Lia in terms of scoring. He actually birdied 4 of the last 6 holes for that round of 72. Anyway, that's done. Still have the right champion. Alderson putting for birdie. What happened to Ryan Fox here?
Well, he hit a second shot into the bunker, and it was an extremely difficult one because it's all uphill with a big slope off the left. And Torbjorn's coming from the same direction. He's got at least a step, if not 2, a break on this. It's going to be slow early and then moving a long way to the right. He's done pretty well. Wasn't easy.
A memorable win, wasn't it, for Torbjorn Olesen? That finish.
Eagle birdie on those 2 final holes at the Belfry. Incredible.
2 days in a row as well. I mean, it was a bit silly, really. You felt for a couple of the players who probably thought they were heading for playoffs, but Olesen had other ideas.
And this is going to have some left to right as well. You know, it's always a bit stressing to the mind when you're basically 90 yards from the hole and you have like a 15-20 foot of a fall. It's got a chance. It's going to keep moving. Oh, how did that miss? Jesus Christ.
It was a good putt.
Oh, it makes it even worse when you shave the hole for what could have been a miracle 4.
So back to 1 under for the day. Level par for the tournament for Ryan Fox, who's now just playing for position in terms of that leaderboard.
This is that tough distance, just under 3 feet. Not much to it. You still have to execute. These guys have made hundreds of thousands of those through their career, but still don't take anything for granted. Remains a couple under par on the day, so a good 3rd round going so far for the Dane. They'll be looking to pick up a few more.
Well, it's going to be Victor Hovland to go first from the back of the green here for his eagle chance. I think he could have left himself a slightly easier putt. He's just having a word with Shubhankar Sharma. Is he on the green or not? Any part of the ball touching the putting surface, you're deemed to be on it, so you can mark it. Wow, he's got a tough putt though. A lot of break from his right. Looking to putt it off the green almost by where he's standing. Looking, checking for the 4 line. So if he hits it up there, and it just trickle its way down. This is where imagination is so important in golf. You've got to imagine the pace of the ball as it comes over the hill. So where is the fall line? And then you've got to have the ability to hit it the first 25, 30 feet. And at that point, have it going exactly the right pace as it turns left.
It's about technique, imagination, skill.
Touch, feeling the fingers, understanding your putter, where you hit it out the putter face. Did someone say this game was easy?
I don't think they did.
No.
It's rarely easy, but it's fun when it is.
Oh, yeah. How often is that? How many blue moons have you played in?
Oh, what do you get, 1 or 2 a year?
Well, you know, if he gets it down within 3 feet here, he's hit a good putt. Anything inside 3 feet's a good putt. I know he's trying to hold it. And effectively, if you're going to miss past the hole, at least you then have the uphill putt coming back.
He's taking his time on this one.
I think with the putter, it's going to have so much momentum going that way. Well, that's what I was thinking. That's why I'm thinking if you need to go with the putter. What I was thinking is...
I can never understand this, Jay. Why call in a caddy? If you cannot see it, you cannot hit it.
I'm with you, Warren. I think that especially a putt like this is so much about feel.
In the bank and get some form of spin.
Feel and nerve.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Could you imagine Seve calling his caddy across and say, you know...
Yeah, but it wasn't. It was about the club, I think. As you can see, he's going to chip it now.
Well, now I think it becomes a harder shot, because he's going to play this to perfection and stun it in that little bit of fringe just off the edge of the green at exactly the right pace. So easy to overhit this or completely flub it.
Also about spin control, isn't it? So it reacts the way you want it to.
Maybe it was worth the wait. How about this?
Stop.
I don't think that stopped.
It hasn't stopped. Running.
Just an iron off the tee here at this short par 4, 11th.
Just going with the iron, going up short of that bunker that is up the left center, but you really want to hit it up the right side, otherwise you have a blind second shot.
Day 1, Ryan Fox hit driver. Day 2, hit iron into the rough. Looks like it's driver again, like day 1 for the New Zealand player.
Yeah, I don't really understand this. I do think it's an iron up the right side. Really does bottleneck up there in the driving area. Well, with the hole cutter on the left side of the green, even though it's a lie in the rough with the ball coming off of a downslope, Fox has plenty of green to work with.
I think that's because he made bogey with the iron off the tee yesterday. You think, well, you know, I don't want to do that again.
Theoretically, you're not supposed to let your club selection decisions be based on poor performances previously, though. Back to 7 and Hovland.
Talking of decisions, was it the right decision in hindsight?
We'll leave that to Warren.
No, I think that chip shot brought the heavy-handed shot down the slope. I thought for a minute he judged it well, but I think you'd have got it closer with the putter all day long, because you know exactly how it's going to come off the face. He was bringing spin into the equation. It's much harder to play. But that's a personal opinion, of course.
But we value yours.
You know, we were mentioning it earlier the week, Warren, you were celebrating the 50th year of the DP World Tour this season. You were out here with the forefathers, if you like, of European golf. Sharma now.
Uphill putter would have learned a lot from Hovland's putt. And yes, I was out here early on, Richard, and I have to say very fortunate to have played with some of the greatest stars of all time.
Well, I'm going to come back. Think about this, Warren. I want to ask you, we can all make assumptions of what the answer might be, but I want to know who Warren's favourite player to have played with has been, and whose favourite to commentate on has been. I wonder if Nicholas Colsaerts is one. I'm not saying it won't be, but Nicholas is out watching Oddison and Ryan Fox right now. Although he's having a chat with Ryan rather than with us at the moment, so I'm not sure he can hear us with the headphones on like that. Not sure he's quite caught onto the on-course commentary gig yet, Nicholas. You need to put the headphones on the ears.
Yeah, I've seen him all week flipping them up and that type of thing, so maybe we should ask him a question. Should we do that?
Well, I was kind of asking him one already, so what do you think his answer to that's going to be?
What was that?
Let's hear what he says.
Apparently nothing. Nicholas, we're looking at you.
No, we know you had your headphones up and talking to Ryan there, Nicholas. So we're just playing with you a little bit.
Yeah, I'm here now. Sorry, fellas.
Yeah,
explain to me what happened.
No, we were just asking Warren because we were talking about how many years he's been out playing and following this game on the DP World Tour. Who we're going to get an answer from him. Who's his favourite player to have played with, and who's his favourite player to have commentated on? Now, you obviously haven't done too much of the latter, so of the former to have played with, who's been your favourite, Nicholas?
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that I've always enjoyed to play with. You know, I've always been really close to Marcel Ziem, who just won his card again at the Q School. You know, some of the old boys that I was fortunate to play with, some of the old French boys. You know, you made friends for life when you play this much golf on the DP World Tour. Now, if you got the yardage and if you see this right away, this is not a very complicated shot. Very weird reaction from the green, no spin at all.
Yeah, right over the top of the flagstick from 142 for Olesen there. He'll be a little bit surprised. He just saw where it ended up and head goes down. We won't do any lip reading.
Now, we saw you were talking to Foxy, as you called him, just before.
Yeah, we were actually talking about his lie on 10, about how he got absolutely nothing out of it. But this is very cleverly played.
Hovland made his par at 7, now at 8.
Well, a couple of ways you can play this 8th hole, this dogleg right to left. Aim it right and just draw it a little bit down the left side. Be a strong man to take it over the left bunkers and cut it back onto this fairway.
That will do very, very nicely. Fantastic hit from Hovland. Well, getting closer to these players heading out now. About 50 minutes or so until it's the English duo of Fitzpatrick and Hatton, who no doubt will still be leading by the time they tee off at 12 under par, unless someone close behind can make a very fast start. Fitzpatrick, day one, opened up with 5 straight birdies. Till Hatton making a good par down the last in the end yesterday, even though he had to take a penalty drop. So just off the putting surface here, Oddison.
Oh, pretty friendly little lie at the back of the screen. It's just about contact. You can play wherever you like here. You can pitch this on the green. Jay would pitch this on the green. We've heard him a few times. If you can get rid of the fringe, you're most likely to hit a better shot. Something quite lofted there, though.
Like the way he has got the ball way in the back of his stance. You get a cleaner strike on the ball, and that one just going into the green came up a little bit short, but I like the shot choice, as Nicholas was saying.
Foxy would have noticed how slow it is putting back to the front part of this green, or putting towards the front of the green, should I say. It's not a lot of break in this. This is very makeable. Something we haven't really talked about yet is when you read the grain wrong, all of a sudden it makes the hole a lot smaller. And I'm sure Jay knows about this, having grown up and playing a lot of golf in the south of the US. It is a skill to read the grain.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I wasn't fortunate. I was fortunate to move to the southeastern United States, Florida in particular, when I was 17. So I had, as a late junior and as an amateur in collegiate golf, I had the opportunity to play in a lot of Bermuda fairways and rough and greens, and it does give you a great opportunity to learn early. And it is a skill that is learned, and it's one that, because of the conditions that we play on the DP World Tour week in and week out, they don't play on a lot of Bermuda rough golf courses. I think that's why it's quite a challenge. Good up and down for Olesen. But reading the greens, the grain, I think with today's type of Bermuda grasses, it really helps you see the break. It's not just about the speed, the shading of the grass. We didn't get back in the old days with the type of grass we had at the time.
230, yeah?
Perfect.
It's such a small target, this, to try and hit. Pin cut on that first little plateau. It's 19 paces up the green. The edge of that ridge is 17, 175 for Sharma. Green looks about the width of the flagstick. It's tiny. Certainly doesn't want to miss it right, but he can use the slope behind the flag if he wants. Go a little bit long, spin it back.
Yeah, very good. So, I mean, it was a two-part question, Warren. I mean, maybe just part one, your favourite player to have played with.
Well, Jack Nicklaus was the favourite guy I played with. What a gentleman, what a player. But my luckiest guy to play with, I always enjoyed playing with Seve. In fact, I won playing in the last round with him, so I valued him as my lucky charm. And the man I most liked to commentate on, Colin Montgomery. He always had a story. I mean, nothing was straightforward with Monty.
But he won a few of these rankings, didn't he, over the years, 8 of them. Of them side by side with Sharma there. Not a few bad names there. I think Warren played with Jack Nicklaus at the Open.
He did, yes. He was, what an incredible place, at St. Andrews as well. Not just the Open, but the most important Open when it's at St. Andrews. You know, it's cool. Yeah, I'm a good bit younger than Warren. I want to throw that out there. But I did
Not
have
that much.
I did have the opportunity to play with Jack Nicklaus probably about 25 times. I was very lucky because we lived in the same area at home. But I think one of the coolest things that the coolest person I ever played with, one winter I was a senior in high school. I was 18. I got to play with Sam Snead 5 times, and that was a really cool experience every single time. He was a real character, but that was the year that Sam shot 66-67 in back-to-back rounds, opening up the Quad Cities Open and on the PGA Tour. He was 66 that year, so or 66 because he shot his age or better. Or he was 67, shot his age or better 2 days in a row back-to-back on the PGA Tour. I don't think anyone will ever do that again.
No, it happens a few times on the Champions Tour, but
yeah, not on the regular tour. I mean, only Sam Snead. And we had
Can I just interrupt?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just want to interrupt you guys. Got to say this one thing about Snead, just to make Nico even more obnoxious about us, but I played with Snead at Fulford where he had a hole-in-one on the third hole.
Oh, you got to see a hole-in-one from the great Sam Snead.
Correct.
Oh, Nico is not happy now.
Let's go to the 12-tee. Nicholas Colsaerts.
Can we please stop talking about hole-in-ones, please? I don't know how I'm going to deal with this blank on my CV for the next coming years, for as long as I'm going to play this beautiful game.
You do control that destiny, though, Nick, huh?
Oh, please. Been close a bunch of times, but never got lucky enough.
But there's a little bit of a lucky break from Mollison. Skipped the bunker, skipped the rough, found the fairway. Ryan Fox, can he fly this bunker?
It's going to take a big one. It's going to take a big one today. You know, it's funny because usually when you play in the morning, you get to 12 here, and this is downwind. And then the later you play in it, it becomes into the wind. And for whatever reason, I don't know, it's into the wind a little bit today.
He's heading right.
I told you earlier, we've got the rights with the driver for Foxy a little.
Well, this is a little swift, chaps, coming down the slope here, left to right for Sharma. Not one he's going to be able to chase down there with any great authority.
That was pretty. Oh, I don't believe it. It stopped breaking.
Stopped breaking because the grain went the other way.
Yeah.
I want to go back to some of the old boys that we've played with, and I want to make a special shout out to my old friend Barry Lane, who has given me an enormous amount of advice when I came out on tour about 20 years ago. And I know Barry's going through challenging times, so I just want him to know that we all think very fondly of him.
Couldn't agree more with you, Nico. Lovely, lovely man, Barry Lane.
Yeah. Well said, Nico. Barry has always been a fabulous gentleman and good company.
And an unbelievable ball striker. He once hit a 3-iron, wasn't warmed up, in front of me, off a green, with his sweater around his neck. Unbelievable ball striker Barry was.
Just got away from Hovland a little bit. He was expecting it to come in from right to left. As you can see, the color change, the grain.
So even on these short ones, he's trying to fill the slope here to Hovland with his feet.
Don't think there's much in it from this sort of distance, though, Richard. This is just going through a routine here.
Yeah, quite right. Been a strange-ish kind of season for Shubhankar Sharma. Started fantastically, runner-up to Thomas Pieters at the HSBC Abu Dhabi Championship, the first Rolex Series event of the season. Third last week at the Nedbank Challenge, and a lot of miscuts in between. Jumped from 50th to 24th on the rankings last week. One over par today and for the tournament. Well, Tyrrell Hatton has called his 2022 season very, very average. I think it's fair to say that could change this weekend. He's not been average so far, rounds of 65, 67, matched by Matt Fitzpatrick, the US Open champion, who could double up this week by winning the DP World Tour Championship and taking with it the Harry Vardon Trophy as well as the #1 player on the DP World Tour. But plenty of others will be looking to stop the Englishmen. Looking at some of the players who have made good starts. Adrian Morant, couple under. Ollie Wilson also through 4 holes, 2 under par. That's very nicely played. Callum Shinkwin coming down the back 9. A winner again this season on the DP World Tour. Winning at Celtic Manor. We're watching Fox and Oddison. There they are side by side.
Well, it's a big belt to get it past the right-hand bunker today down here on 9. Got to hit the fairway here. I'd go as far as to say that if you miss the fairway, you've got to be very, very lucky to get a lie where you can get it on the green. And we started that left.
Copy now the left, okay?
Well, he started left, but he brought it back down to the middle of the fairway, and he's pitched it on that right side again. Most of the fairways here cut down grain and into the grain, and certainly if you hit it on the down grain side, you can scamper a few extra yards, which will help with the second shot. Keeping it up the right side would be favourable here today. This is left.
How far left? That could be gone. Oh, is that gone or not? He's going to hit a provisional, I heard them say, back on the tee.
Gone for sure. Just hold still on the left. We're just going to hit a provisional. Cheers.
Let's have a look and see. It's dangerously flirting with the out of bounds. Just needs to catch a break or a tree branch or something to see it ricochet back in. Fox out of the bunker now.
I'm actually surprised Foxy's playing. I think he could have get pretty close to this. There's Cabrera still on the green, the group in front.
Has he just gone in the other bunker?
I have no idea. I mean, if I was listening to you guys, I wouldn't think he would have been playing.
Well, that's, as you say, surprised that that's the, you know, the route he was going down, and then even more surprised to play conservatively. He's made a mistake with it, and looks like he's been gobbled up by the bunker ahead. Yeah, I understand that is definitely in the sand.
It's very difficult to keep making good decisions for the length of a whole season, fellas.
True. True, and he's made enough good ones.
I think he has.
We're just looking at the DP World Tour rankings. He bogeyed the last on Sunday. If he'd have won on Sunday and finished runner-up for the 4th time, he would have gone above Rory McIlroy heading into the week. 2 wins, 4 runner-up finishes. Look how many points he's won this season compared to the other 2 years. I mean, tough for Ryan Fox. Being from New Zealand, he had to go into isolation, 6 weeks in quarantine in 2021, just so he could pop home, see his young family. Let's look back at this 3rd round. Ryan Fox and Torbjorn Olesen. Start with Ryan Fox. Had to lay up after finding the rough off the tee at 2. Didn't matter. Look at that sumptuous shot in to the par 5. Birdied that.
And then to the 5th hole. Feeds it right in there. Big break from left to right. He had the advantage of watching his playing companion Olesen miss from a very similar position. So showed him the line, but he still had to execute.
Birdied the 2nd hole. Dropped a shot at 4, the par 3, Torbjorn Olesen. Next par 3. You were suggesting that's maybe not quite where he was looking to hit it, but it turned out well.
I think that's where he was trying to hit it. I don't think that's where he was trying to land it. I think that's where he was hoping to hit it. Let's put it that way.
Well, that was close at 6. This was pretty close at 8 as well.
Yeah, we've seen some exquisite iron shots from Olesen. That led to another birdie, and it's a rare birdie at the 8th, the difficult par 4.
Both players turning in 34 shots. Fox has dropped a shot at 10 since then. Olesen going for the green, but you'd expect that here really, but after Ryan Fox, that's the reason for even coming out with those words. Bit of a head scratcher still, Nicholas?
Well, no, it's just Rafa Cabrera-Bello at the front that asked for a ruling by the green. That's why it kind of took a long time for the green to clear. But Thor now, from just under 190 yards, went into the face. It's playing up 9 with the elevation, and he's got an uphill lie, so this will play, I think, at least 15 or 20 more than the yardage suggests. Sorry. So maybe a 6 or a 5, depending how much he thinks he can squeeze out of this. Knowing that short is not really a great miss.
Has it going a little left, and is it too much? Ooh, it's right up against the collar on the first and second rough. Hopefully he can get the club cleanly on the back of the ball.
It's a 200 club, isn't it, right now?
Well, this is the place to be, middle of the fairway. 201 to go for Sharma, all up. 196 to carry over the bunker. I mean, that flag just tucked at the bottom of a little downslope, so very tight. So if he goes straight at it, it needs a lot of height. And you're coming significantly uphill, so be a very big 7. I think it's just got to be a nice 6 coming down this breeze.
Sharma likes to move the ball left to right, so that back left hole location is a tough one.
Well, Hovland comprehensively out of bounds in a lady's garden, but short of the swimming pool. But having to play this one, so 4th shot, 185, 8 iron.
Yeah, graphic saying second shot, but it is his 4th because it's his second ball, and he could still escape with a bogey. Talking before the start of the week, Victor Hovland now is looking to try and lose some curvature on his ball, but he had plenty of it, unfortunately, off that tee left.
You can see that Torbjorn's looking at this, really trying to work out how the ball is going to come out of this little lie. It sits around just against the collar, but it's not sitting too badly. His problem is that the fringe that's just in front of him, or the second part of the fringe, starts to go downhill, and they are usually pretty firm, so it's either trying to go super high, super soft, but the distance is so short that it's just difficult to get, you know, the height and the softness. You can expect like a short follow through here, just a little chick and a ball in the air, puff. If you wanted to get this close, you'd have to go really high, but it was a very risky shot to play. It's a shame because that ball would have looked really good in the air from the fairway. All he needed was just 2 paces more right, and he would have looked really good. And I'm not exactly sure who's putting first. It looks like it's still beyond it. So that would, because from where I'm standing, I can't really tell you how far Olsen's ball have gone, but knowing how far Foxy's got left, that's run a fair bit behind the hole for Olsen. This club in his hand is probably one of his best in his bag. He's holed so many good putts and important putts over his short career.
Got a lot of hole there, just wouldn't fall. Slightly too much pace for the line.
Yeah, you can see disappointment the way he walks. Like I meant, I mean, this second shot would have looked really good in the air, and you're walking away with a bogey. Now, that would be some part. I think you can all agree with me. He was laughing himself at how poor his layup was from the first bunker.
That's a pity, because yeah, that would have been some 4. So bogeys all round for Olesen and Fox. Olesen and Fox both then slipping back to 1 over par now, which leaves them in a share of 32nd place in this 50-man field.
Sharma up for birdie at the 9th. Big break from the left. Setting it out on the high side and just let it take the slope down to the hole, but that's down grain to that point. Never even got it to the part that's into the green at the end, and yeah, it's a head scratcher. That's when you just walk up there saying, what was I thinking about? You at home would be joking, take the head cover off the next time you hit that putt.
Yeah, not the best, unfortunately, from Shubhankar Sharma. Getting close to these guys going out now. The leaders set to head out for round 3. You can see Kiefer, Fleetwood are underway. Kiefer's birdied the second. We saw Max Kiefer, didn't we, in our coverage on day 1, play very nicely for a 69. 70 yesterday from him. Tommy Fleetwood opened up with a par. Now Hovland.
Double bogey after that just wild tee shot. I mean, you don't, when you're standing on the tee, you don't even see out of bounds. It's so far left. That was just an amazing miss.
Well, that's damaged the scorecard for the Norwegian. Sharma making bogey there as well, so it's all gone a little ragged. This was why Shubhankar dropped a shot, left it woefully short with the first putt and didn't hold the second. So poor end to the front 9. Sharma out in 38, Hovland back in 37. Sharma now 2 over par, Hovland now 1 over par. So a lot to do in that pairing heading into the back 9.
And let's have a look at the 13th par 3. 190 yards today to that left hole location. Very shallow portion of the green. It's only about, well, 9 to 11 yards deep. You have to take that front bunker out of play. There is a nice little slope coming off the back fringe. And this hole plays 4 yards uphill, so they're going to be playing, before you take wind into account, 194 yards.
Well, the last, 10 minutes, we just saw a bogey and a double bogey down 9 and 2 bogeys down 12 from our featured group. So I'm expecting something perky and nice to happen here at this par 313.
You know, Richard, here at 13 with this left hole location, if you have a good number, and you always hear players talk, oh, I had a good number there, meaning it's within a yard or two or the perfect yard for a stock club. Let's say 190 yards, 7-iron in this type of heat for an Olesen, maybe an 8-iron for the long hitting Fox. But if you have a good number, you don't have to fiddle with it. You don't have to try and squeeze a little extra couple yards out, or you don't have to take something off of it. A great opportunity to hit it close to the hole, because if you land it short of the hole, it's going to kick forward. If you hit it a little bit too far, it's going to come off that back fringe and feed closer to the hole. So even though it's a shallow portion of the green, you'd be surprised to see a couple close ones in here.
Win off the left today. But yeah, like you mentioned, Jay, it is a super appealing little pocket to go and find, but it is small. It requires an unbelievably good golf shot to hit it near.
He's got a similar equation as he left himself on the last hole.
Foxy, when we think about it, Olesen's shot was basically, again, 2 paces from being perfectly fine and putting from short range. Let's see what Foxy does now. We're posing. And a good reason to pose.
Well, straight away par 4 here, and Sharma out with a driver. And I have noticed over the week that if you're going to miss this fairway, miss it right. Rough is not quite as thick and as deep down there, but obviously he'll be trying to hit the fairway. Over the years, this is the fairway, strangely enough, most players have missed.
Warren, do you think it's because there's no fairway bunkers down there to kind of frame it and maybe give you a good target to work the ball off of?
You're really quite smart at times, you know. You're not as dumb as you look.
Well, I wasn't making a statement. I was asking a question, so I didn't know.
I think you're absolutely spot on there. And some of the tee shots around here have been so tough anyway. You get to this one, and you can lose your concentration a bit. Although I have to say, over the years, this one's got narrower and narrower. It used to be very wide. It's not like that anymore.
Is that down the left side again for Hovland? Well, it wasn't. Didn't like it, though.
Pretty good now. Boy, long and down the correct side of the fairway. Go to start the back 9. You've got a couple of short par 4s, and here is the first one from overhead. Cool drone shot. As Warren was pointing out, it's a pretty narrow fairway that over the years has gotten more and more narrow, but there you can see not a lot of definition, and sometimes that does make things a little bit more difficult. Hole location right in the middle of the green, but still a difficult one due to the slopes.
I'll focus on these featured groups, but we're keeping an eye on what's going on elsewhere. I thought worth updating. You can't see it on the leaderboard there, but Rory McIlroy started round 3 with a bogey, but it didn't puncture his hopes because he followed it with an eagle. So he's eagled now 2 of his last 3 holes in this DP World Tour Championship. Has Rory McIlroy.
He's gonna like the look of this. I thought if you'd give him 10 balls, he could have maybe hole 3 out of 10 there. He was very inviting.
Yeah, that's a better angle of how far away Olesen was with that chip shot.
Now, Foxy's putt now is a putt that most of us that would have played here 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 times, it's very tempting to go to the right of the hole. The first part brings it left, but the last bit holds it, and if anything goes slightly to your right.
To the right it did go, and well past the hole as well. So both Olesen and Fox have pretty sizable par putts coming up on a hole. I thought before they hit their tee shots that one of them at least would make a birdie 2. It's a tricky one here, Nicholas.
Yeah, because it's quick. You know, when you're putting from this side of the hole, as you've just seen Foxy's, everything slopes towards the front end of this green. But this shouldn't really be much of an issue if it's hold on, to be fair. It's not like him to make 4 from such close range. It's not like him at all.
2 holes in a row.
Short-sighted himself 2 times, so that would suggest that he will need a bit of sauciness, but
yeah, giving himself a talking to there.
Imagine insulting yourself in Danish. What would that sound like?
Fierce.
Well hold for Fox. He's looked good with the putter all day. It's really been the long game that has let Ryan down. He's put himself in some difficult positions and hasn't been able to recover from on a golf course that's proven to be very difficult this week.
Well, Sharma's got 91. I suppose that could be a full lob wedge if he wanted to go very high. Or he's got to fiddle a little gap wedge in here. This sand iron. Just a little flick here, really, but the pin is cut just on the crest of a slope, and as they come up the hill, awkward to get it all the way there.
Yeah, we got a good look at the club and the follow through. It did look like his most lofted wedge, Warren, and it comes up just slightly short of the hole.
Yeah, they're drifting it down maybe further than I think. I mean, Hovland here's only got 80, so again, it's just how he sees it. Does he want it coming in low, shooting at a hop and a jump, or does he want to fly it in much higher? Quite an inviting flag, really. And it's the hop and stop, as Nico would say.
Yeah, perfectly executed from Hovland. Makes up a little bit for what happened on the previous hole from the Norwegian.
Worth another look there. Kind of just trapped that one. You can see him closing the club face in the follow through and beautifully judged. Great distance control. Short putt for a bounce back birdie after the double bogey at 9.
In position forward.
Yeah, but we're used to seeing him continuously challenge for the title. He's not doing that this week. Certainly been the case this season for Ryan Fox. Here he is now, 14th tee.
T-Box 30 pace is up again today on 14. We discussed this yesterday. This is how this par 5 should be played. We want to see eagles on this hole.
And that's how you start it.
100%. A classic, iconic pin position today on 14. You're about to see in a few minutes close to the water on the right. But also Richard Mayer mentioned this is how it starts, with a good drive to go and find his green in 2. Let's see if he can follow Foxy. A little bit further left would be nice.
Sat up.
Awkward putt here for Charmer, left to right breaking. Into green initially, then the other way for him. They just straighten a little bit at the hole. Oh, if he'd only.
Went back home before the event in South Africa last week. Got the good vibes back, finished 3rd at the Nedbank Challenge. Got his dad out with him this week, and his coach, Jesse Grohl. Those 2 wins coming very early in his DP World Tour career. Winning at the Joburg Open and the Malaysian Open. Victor Hovland taps in his bounce-back birdie at 10. That hole had owed him because he double bogeyed it on day 1 and bogeyed it yesterday. So he's got 1 back there. Rory McIlroy with that bogey at the first, eagle at the second, now within 6 shots of the lead. Kurt Kitayama, who was a runner-up to Rory at the CJ Cup on his last start. He's also made an early move. Birdie at the first, he's within 4. Gavin Green having an excellent front 9 out in 33 for the Malaysian. Would be the first Malaysian winner on the DP World Tour if and when he chalks off that first win. Couple of runner-up finishes for him this season. One birdie, 9 pars, adding up Richard Mansell's score so far. Ollie Wilson was 2 under early on, but has just made a double bogey. 69 from Eddie Pepperell, best of the day so far, or equal best of the day so far. Shane Lowry struggling. There's a few players out there as well, he's not alone. Sebastian Soderberg, so good in the last round in Leopard Creek. 3 over par for his 3rd round thus far.
Hovland going with the iron here at the 11th. Ideally hitting up the right half of the fairway. Give yourself a view of this back left hole location.
I suppose today they could, if they wanted to, be a little bit more aggressive here today on 11. It's down breeze. If they want to thread it down the right-hand side, get a little closer to the hole, give themselves a bit more of a birdie opportunity. It's a very tight flag cut over on that left side. You don't want to be coming into this green blind, and you will if you pull the ball away to the left. So he's got to keep this up the right.
He does have a driver out, Warren.
No, but even a 3-wood, he can get it down over the hill. That breeze is at his back. Breeze, zephyr, slight air movement. Not much out here. High and mighty.
Joburg Open next week for Shubhankar Sharma, an event he's won that changed his career. He just missed out, just missed the cut, I think it was, at DP World Tour Q School. Went and played the following week at the Joburg Open and The rest, as they say, is history. Last week he started 50th on the rankings, this week 26th. That's what a really good week can do for you. A little bit of traffic ahead up on the 14th green, which is why these two are waiting. Different propositions for them though, Jake.
No question about it. Olesen has a very good lie in the right rough. Obviously, it's a tough angle. Going for the flag from this distance out of the rough would be out of the question, but he feels like he can get it up there, you know, around the green. He never wanted to disturb the players in front of you. That's just plain bad etiquette. But, oh, look at the little support there for Olesen. Large Danish flag hanging from a nearby house. But, Nico, what kind of a gamble is this?
Well, it's not a gamble at all. I mean, he would have been extremely happy to see how this ball's lying when he got to it. I'm thinking 5 wood, really high, and this is a good opportunity to show how much you manage left to right. It's tempting to try to find that pocket, but you need an extreme amount of left to right in the air and then the bounce to go find that pocket, because it's so well protected. But with the lie he's got, I will be surprised if he doesn't give that cut spin a go. Wind down off the right.
Saw Brendan Lawler over there, didn't we, a little earlier?
Yeah, it's a tough spot. He's run all the way into that rough, and the green going away from him. It's tough. Fox ready to go quickly.
I can only think this is a 6 or a 7 iron for Foxy. You know, like I said, it's very difficult to find that right part there. Foxy's just going to hang on by the back edge, but it's a difficult part of the green to find.
Well, a really tight flag over on the left side. 152 for Hovland, so it's only a wedge in, but you cannot miss this left. Go at it okay, but if anything, just keep it a bit right of the pin.
Over the top of the flag stick, but hangs on to the back part of the green.
Well, here's a question for you, Jay. Hovland had 152, perfect lie in the fairway. Sharma, he's got 101, so he's 50 yards closer, but he's got an all right but possible flying lie in the rough. What would you rather have? Be 50 yards further up, but in the rough, or back on the fairway?
No, I like being back in the fairway, number one, because you have a full shot. You control it a little bit better. So when you've got the half shot coming out of the rough, that's just kind of compounding the variables and the difficulty in trying to get it the right distance. I'm definitely, I don't like the driver here at 11 because you're playing into a bottleneck. It's tough to hit the fairway. So, yeah, no, I like Hovland's position off the tee better.
Well, there's two things that could happen with this. He could get the flyer and it could jump long, and that goes in the back long grass. Or because you're playing a descending blow, you can hit off the top of the face and come up a long way short. Let's hope he does neither of those. Oh, yeah, there's the release, though, from the rough.
Yeah, similar result for both of them. I'm not sure one of them had the advantage over the other, but I think, you know, kind of day in and day out percentage-wise, I think that Hovland was probably going to get it closer to the hole on average.
Well, Camel saying love in Dubai. Matt Fitzpatrick and Tyrrell Hatton certainly have been over the first couple of days. You might have noticed that Rory McIlroy has disappeared off that first page now, but it's because he's just dropped a shot at the third. So 2 bogeys and an eagle in his first 3 holes from the player who started the week as #1 on the DP World Tour rankings. Pars to start for the Spaniards Campillo and Rahm. Tommy Fleetwood's birdied the second. Just one more pairing to head out. Arnaus and Morin are down the first. Hatton and Fitzpatrick, the last two to start round 3 of this DP World Tour Championship.
Both Fox and Olesen are left of the green. Fox much closer with a better lie. Olesen, Nicholas, what does he have in front of him?
Well, he has a shot that requires extreme finesse. He's got a good lie, which is never always a guarantee down that left side of the 14. But the whole length of this is downhill, and the further you go down the green that way, the quicker it gets. And that bounced extremely soft. I would expect a bit more release off the first bounce.
It was surprising how much he dug in the first bounce, and then slowly went down the hill. You can see the severity of the hill, how long and slowly the ball rolled.
Yeah, when you have this pitch shot to the left of 14, the only thing you see is the water hazard behind it. So it's only normal that some of these guys will play this with a bit of caution. Foxy here, it's different. He's got a good lie in the second cut. You can see the ball back in the stance, so just a stab and roll. Now that's going to be pretty good. Better than good. To find the right weight from so far and so quick. What a great touch.
Yeah. Beautifully executed from Ryan Fox.
You can see a little bit in the camera view there how much it's downhill, especially when you were looking at the shade of the green from the camera we saw a few moments ago. Look how slowly that ball rolled going downhill. Beautiful touch.
So Fox gets back to level par. Birdie's outnumbering bogeys again.
Now I want to test my skill of knowledge of this golf course, because I'm practically 80 yards from these guys, and I'd like to know if that ball is going to move probably a ball off the right. So let's see how well I know this golf course, and be honest with me, please.
We don't have the perfect view, but looks like he is aiming a little right.
Yeah, I think it moved more than a ball.
Come on, just tell me it moved the ball and make me feel happy.
Actually, I have second thoughts about that, actually. Don't you think, Jay, that moved just the ball?
I think it moved no more than a dimple than one ball.
Yeah.
You were right on.
As he was at the start of the day, still Olesen 2 over par.
Hovland has this uphill right to lefter for birdie at the 11th. This for back-to-back birdies. Did he? Oh, just comes up a little short and to the right.
Well, everyone heading out for the third round, but how about that start from Kurt Kitayama? Birdie at 1, eagle at 2, and now he's within 2.
Great look here for Sharma. He should have a little right to left, but it's a slow putt. Did he get it there? No, that grain just caught him.
Bit of a flat week. We've been watching Shabanka the last couple of days, and there's been some good golf in there naturally. He's only a couple over, but just don't feel that there's the belief there that he's going to climb up that leaderboard. You see the way Kitayama started today. That's a statement, isn't it? Birdie eagle.
Shot at 12. You really want to get it up the right side here with this back left hole location. Maybe not that far up the right side for Hovland.
11 o'clock. Yeah, spot on. Can't run out on that camera now. Perfect. All that.
Hovland's ball just staying short of the right-hand bunker. I can see it from here, so it looks like he might have an okay lie. Well, wind certainly into their face here. Just every now and again it does really puff up quite hard. It then dies away, but certainly when Hovland was hitting that, there was a real strong gust, and still there now for Sharma. And you've got to really hit a decent shot here. Get a short, medium and short iron into the green. That wasn't easy for me to say that.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have tried that at the first, but I think this late in the day, you can get through those. Now, after 15, short par 4.
Looks like an orange for all the same.
It is.
Trying to stay short of all the bunkers, but that needed to be a bit further left to do that.
Was it iron off the tee as well for Ryan Fox?
Something like that, but wait till you see Foxy's lie. You guys are going to love this.
Okay. We'll get a little look at that in just a short while. He's heading down that left side, isn't he there, Ryan Fox? Had a 6-shot lead going into the final round at the Ras Al Khaimah Championship. He admitted he was a bag of nerves, got closed, made a couple of early bogeys, didn't sleep all night. But you look at the players at the top of the leaderboard, Jay, right now, Matt Fitzpatrick and Tyrrell Hatton. Those are two players that have been around the block a few times in terms of being at the top.
Well, absolutely. 4-time Rolex Series winner in Hatton, 2-time Rolex Series winner for Matthew Fitzpatrick, U.S. Open champion this year, 2-time winner on this golf course. So obviously Fitzpatrick and Hatton both are in very good form coming into the day with a 3-shot lead over the rest of the field. Kitayama has closed the gap with that dream start, but it's going to take some really good golf no matter who wins, and you're going to have to be on your game. We've talked about it all week. You know, with the non-overseeded rough, the Bermuda rough this year, such a premium on hitting it in the fairway to be able to get it on the green and in the right portion of the green to make birdies.
Still 69 is the low number of the day. A couple of those, you see Haotong Lee and Eddie Pepperell. As we took you through the scores on the mini leaderboard, they're the two players that have posted that. Early stages yet. 64 is the low score of the week. Lee's compatriot Asham Wu with that on day 2. Those are the 50 players. Adrian House has birdied the first. So we're going to get a view of Ryan Fox's ball here. Kind of teasing us, aren't they?
They certainly are. They're keeping it a secret. I think it's going to be Olesen to play first. Olesen has right up there on the start of the upslope. Nico, is he too close to the lip of the bunker? I mean, I know it's not far into the green, but does he have a shot?
Well, he has a swing, but it's like having a wall in front of your face. No chance he can get this hole high. It's lying okay, but there's no chance you can get this, especially into the wind off the left. No chance. Or you'd be taking a huge amount of risk to have it back coming at you. Or you just go right. Or you just go right.
Pretty good contact right there. A good shot from a very difficult position. Didn't think he'd have the putter for his third shot.
No, didn't think he could get it there. And that's gonna have to spin a little bit. That's only a couple of paces too far to use that slope.
Well, there's nothing very inviting about this. All the way uphill for Sharma. 214. He's only hit at 274 off the tee. And I think on the last hole he hit 3-wood, 308. Shows you how that wind is affecting the ball here. But with the flag tucked over that bunker on the left side, I mean, he's got to hit a really quality 3-iron here. Ball above his feet off a side hill lie as well. And the face of the bunker in front of him, I mean, it looks like Mont Blanc there. A huge, huge bunker. It's got to go.
Not carried over the bunker, but that's going to be a very awkward chip shot from the primary rough with not much green to work with.
Similar sort of shot here for Hovland, although he's a lot nearer, only 209. 209 he works on a 5-iron, so he's got to take more than that. Ball severely above his feet here as well. So that'll promote the ball hooking and on the upslope, so he's going to launch it.
Just the second time that Victor Hovland has been playing this DP World Tour Championship. The last was in 2020 when he finished in third position. So this short par 4. They've generally over the years have pushed the tee up here, Nicholas, over the weekend in particular, decided to keep it back. Do you like it back, or would you rather see the players have a pop at it?
Well, it depends where you put the pin. You know, historically when they move the tee forward, they have the middle right pin, which offers some eagles. This pin, I wouldn't be so much of a fan. This needs to hurry a little bit. It's left that a fair bit short. I mean, we'll maybe see this pin position I'm talking about tomorrow in a tee up.
That would be nice. When we had our meeting prior to the tournament, I think they were suggesting that they wouldn't be doing that.
Let me go and have a word with them.
Okay.
On your behalf, Richard.
There's always time, isn't there? It's not Sunday yet.
Let me go and pull a few strings.
It's nice, isn't it? Just for a good bit of fun, especially when it gets down to the meaty end of the tournament and the winnings on the line.
Rather quick this for Foxy. Is it going to get there? He's going to stay up. Oh, what a good try.
Yeah, it was. Well, nicely hold for his part.
Perfect lie for Shabanki. Absolutely glorious, this line. Every chance of holding it. He plays it well. Ooh.
Yeah, had a little look, didn't it, at the hole.
I've seen a lot of bad lies around here to the green, but you could have played any club in the bag with that shot. Just surprised he had such a long swing at it. He obviously tried to play the high, soft one. Hovland's got a tough putt though. A lot of break from left to right. Uphill to start, downhill the other side. And a big ridge to contend with. So this is not an easy putt to lay stone dead. We've seen a lot of players when they've had these sort of putts come up short.
It's raced on a little bit from Hovland. Level par for the day. Tournament itself as well for Victor. It's only just about good enough to be inside the top 30. We'll move along to the 16th hole now.
Got to be careful for Foxy with the driver here. I've mentioned this yesterday. You know, that right part of the fairway is all downhill once you go past that bunker that's in the middle of the fairway, and there's a little bit of a stream, a penalty area down that way.
Perfect position for Ryan. His little cut shot down there.
Yeah, I think that if he smokes it on that line, he actually brings that little water hazard into play. So, but he's looking great now. Thorbjorn's mission here is basically just missing that fairway, and missing the fairway. Sorry, missing the fairway bunker. I mean, you can go right, you can go left, whatever your eye suits.
Takes it down the left side, sit down. That's going to be just fine. Good position for Olsen.
Sharma. It's been the case for much of the day, just grinding, trying to come away with these pars. Not this time. Bogey number 4 of the day. 3 over for the round. Sliding the wrong way down the leaderboard. Always looking for a Saturday move, but not in that direction. That just about caught the hole.
Yeah, it did. Curled in on the left side. Nicely done. Good par save. Par is always a good score at the 12, especially when it's back into the wind the way it is today. Make their way over to the 13th.
So everyone's out, and some are making progress. Adrian Moronk, 3 birdies in the opening 7 holes. He's added a par at 8. Kurt Kitayama off to a flyer, birdie eagle, but has bogeyed hole number 3. Arnaus and Alex Noren both making birdies at the first. The overnight leaders both made par 4s there. So the lead down to 2 for the 2 at the top, the 2 Englishmen on day 3 at the Earth course.
I'll come the other side of the room. Cheers.
Up and down day so far for Rory McIlroy, although he has made his first par of the day. It's come at the 4th, so that's a good par for him. Gavin Green putting together the round of the day so far. The Malaysian making his 4th unanswered birdie of the day at hole number 10. Million skyward points, miles up for grabs. That's going to get you a few nice flights, isn't it, around the world? That's for a hole-in-one.
Well, they don't give the players much to go at here. It's only 10 paces deep where they've got the flag on the left side.
Into the bunker for Hovland.
Yeah, I think Jay mentioned it earlier. If you play a hole like this and it falls on your number, you've got a good number, then you're fine. But if you're in between clubs here, it must be really tricky. Playing uphill, bunker short, you know you don't want to go long.
Like that.
For a hole like this where there's no depth to the green, if you go straight at the flag, you want it to be a perfect number. Otherwise, it's so tough to play. .190. Normally Sharma works on a 6-iron at 185. In this warm air would be 190, but I think it must be less than that coming down the draft, so it should be just a nice 7-iron.
Shows his displeasure with the result. That is a wide right on the green. Green in regulation helps your stats, but well, might put a little bit of pressure on your putting stats. It'll be a good 2-putt to get down from there. We go back to the 16.
Yeah, Nicholas Colsaert's there for us. Nicholas, how hard is it? You're in a position like this, Ollison. It's been a long season, a successful one. You made the season finale in Dubai, but not much is happening. You know, you can't win. Do you lose focus, attention, or are you able just to keep, okay, next hole, next shot?
Well, I think what's difficult the last couple of days is the heat. It's actually been pretty warm, but I mean, let's be honest. Looking at where Torbjorn came from a year or 2 years ago, he should be happy to be here. He should be happy to play decent golf. You know, when you look at his result this whole year, it's been actually quite steady, and topped it off with a win in the UK at the Belfry. So he'll look back on the season and think it was, you know, a pretty decent one.
Looked like he was trying to play that in there left to right, and looked like trying to save it with the hands a little bit. Fox ready to go quickly as usual.
Yeah, you can use that slope on the left there. Everything 10 feet left of the hole would bring it back to the right. The only thing you don't want to do is go right of the hole. And that was all over it. Just a bit deep, but that must have looked really good in the air for Foxy.
There's the stroke average this year on the DP World Tour. Whereas Rory McIlroy's played most of the year on the PGA Tour. Jordan Smith and Ryan Fox there. They're predominantly, well, they have been pretty much full-time on the DP World Tour, so shooting scoring average below 70. Very impressive indeed from both players. Jorge Campillo's picked up a birdie at the second hole. I tell you, John Rahm has followed it in as well, so they've played together, the two Spaniards. So they both moved to 9 under par, within 3 of the co-leaders, Fitzpatrick and Hatton.
Yeah, although the ball pitched right at the top face of the bunker, it's rolled a good 10 yards into the middle of the bunker, so he's got more bunker to carry than he's got green to work with.
No sand. You fuck.
I think he might have picked bit of poor language there, and followed by a little bit of testing out the sand for Victor.
You heard his comment that there was no sand below the ball. The bunkers are very firm this week, and you know when you go into the bunker, you feel it with your feet. I mean, you get the idea. You can't feel what's underneath your ball, but when you're getting your stance, you're not only trying to wiggle your feet in there, but you're trying to get a feel for the sand. Sharma from over 75 feet. This is going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, and do you know what he hit off the tee? Hit chippy 5-iron, which when he told me that, I was amazed. I thought it was maybe 6 or 7, but 5. Wow. I think he had too much club. It's so soft anyway, but now he's left himself a really tough putt into the grain, uphill for 80% of its journey, then down grain, downhill.
Yes, that last 20% when it's downhill, it makes it so difficult to judge the pace, and didn't get it to the real downhill part.
Yeah, it's twice he's misjudged a putt like that.
This will be quick. Maybe coming from the right a bit.
Allison wanted it just that little bit more quicker.
That looks like they could have actually. Could have dropped.
Yeah, just shy.
Now Foxy. It's really dark where he's coming from. Grain-wise, I mean, of course. Bit off the left. It's going to be slow.
See the grain, straight into the grain, the dark shade, have to give it a good hit. He knew he didn't hit it hard enough. I think he had a pretty good line.
Man, I know these greens, don't I?
You've not left much to the imagination out there, Nico. You know them very well, and that just goes to show you, having played here as much as you have, it certainly helps.
If I'm listening to this, which I am, if I was a player listening, I'd think, maybe if he doesn't make the top 50 next year, Nicholas Colsaerts, give him a good wedge to come carry my bag for the week, read the greens.
I think he'd be an very expensive hire. Hovland for par off the back fringe.
10 million price fund, it might be worth it. Hovland's read that one nicely. That's the safe part. Yeah, frustrated with the bunker shot, but that'll cheer him up a little.
Worth another look, going downhill, down grain, left to right, and wow, what a par save for Victor Hovland. Tough par putt coming up here for Sharma. This is a quick one. Goes a little left to right. It's a 3-putt bogey, but I mean, you always have to talk, think back. Okay, what caused the bogey? And it was the tee shot that put himself in the 3-putt range.
Yeah, the chippy 5-iron leads to another bogey for Shubhankar Sharma. Continues to fall down the leaderboard, and that alarm clock's getting earlier.
Let's have a look at the 17th. In our graphic right there, in our picture, it's a nice smooth lake in calm conditions. Might not be the case right now. Very difficult hole location. 42 on, only 5 from the left. It is a very visually intimidating hole location. That green is only 14 yards wide, and where the hole is cut, bunkers right, bunkers left. There's a steep bank that goes down between the 2 bunkers on the left side. Anything but easy, and there we get a current view of the pond, and the wind is going to be in the player's face to just make things a little bit more difficult. Club selection a little bit more challenging.
That's today's scoring average. Not too many players have gone through yet. Overall for the week, it's playing almost to its par, but pin position can change things dramatically.
Trees blowing in the background. It is going to be a tough shot. Let's go back to 14. Hovland on the tee at the par 5.
Yeah, it can get home in 2. Wind down off the right. Narrow old fairway though. Got to make sure you get it on the short grass.
Well, the good news, missed the bunker. Bad news, it sat right down.
That's like the max, right?
Yeah. Way down in the grass on a downslope. That's going to be a tough layup.
Oh, nice visual. Get your focus.
Trouble is, if you try and aim it down the right, there's some very thick rough down the right. I don't know whether it's 3 wood today.
Nicely done in the fairway. Gets a little bit of run as well. Some extra yardage.
So still waiting on the tee for the green ahead to clear.
Not a very friendly tee to have to wait on, Richard. I mean, it's a tough hole location. You can see it over there in the back left.
So look at those flags, Jay, for us, and which ones you're going, well, maybe I can do something, and which one are you thinking, let me get a 3 here, please?
Round 2 is, okay, I can have a go at this. Round 1 and round 3, please just let me make a 3 and get to the final tee. And round 3 is even more difficult than round 1, where it was cut on the left side of the green, but the further you go back, the more narrow it gets. And once you get to where it is today, 42 on, if you're in between clubs and go a little bit long, there's a downslope, and you can hit it in the water in back of the green, which wasn't the case in the first round. This is just not the tee you want to wait on, although you can have a good view of that BMW behind the tee.
It's not a bad hole, though, to be sitting around having a chat, a cold drink, and then watching all the players come through.
Yeah, Saturday, Sunday afternoons, always such a great atmosphere around this. There's a great hospitality area left of the lake with a elevated view, great view, fantastic crowds out there.
Another birdie from Alex Noren. He's within 1 now. Is this as windy as it's been this time of day so far this week, Nicholas?
Oh, I think it's been pretty steady. It's not like we've had really a morning or an afternoon that was windier than another. You know, you guys were talking about this grandstand on 17. I've played here on numerous occasions. I've never had the chance to come up here and see what people do all day, and this is where I would be.
They do serve some adult beverages up there, don't they?
I nearly got my hand on one. But yeah, this pin on 17 today is just unbelievably difficult to get close to. The only way to get close is hit a fat draw, and that's 8 out of 10 result.
That's fantastic, yeah. Today's Ladies' Day as well, and if you speak nicely to one of the ladies here, they get a couple of complimentary drinks as well, so. There's also some golf clinics out there as well, so there's a real lovely vibe to the event, both on the course, off the course. Yesterday I was up around the clubhouse, so people enjoying themselves. Now Ollison.
Let's see if Silverborn can hit this closer. Gets it inside Foxy's. This is 9 out of 10.
Two excellent tee shots, really. I think there's a couple of players behind them that wouldn't mind having the birdie putts coming up that they've got. Just a lovely view, isn't it? Beautifully framed hole. And what would impress people who generally play on their golf courses, I'm sure they're very nice, but the condition of the grass on that tee at 17, I mean, it's just begging to be hit off.
Yeah, there's some people at home around the world, especially in tropical areas that have Bermuda grass on their greens. I think they'd like to putt on greens as good as the tees are here. I mean, this golf course is just in fantastic condition. You know, hats off to the entire greens crew headed by Stuart Horwood. I mean, the presentation of the golf course is just immaculate.
Well, Sharma, 265 he's got left on a downslope. He's going to try and chase a long iron up onto the green. It's going to have to go a little bit left because the whole ground short of the green just slopes a little bit left to right, and you've got the water over on that right side. Wind off his right, low little burner.
Started left, is it fading?
Pitched it straight in the bunker.
Popular spot over there. Ball disappears. Now we know Warren's got his eagle eye on this one for us.
You don't mind when you get a chance.
That looks very close between the bark and the edge of the rough.
Yes, but at least he can get the club up against the ball, so he's going to be able to have a clean strike at it, which is coming out of the mulch. That's a big win. Still got 150 to go, and to this right flag, tucked behind that right bunker. Doesn't give him much to look at, but he can use the slope, he can use a bit of gravity, he can go a long way left and try and pitch it in the sort of middle of the green, have it cutting a little and let it take the slope down towards the hole. No way you can go straight at the flag. He's going to have to play a little bit along the ridge where they've cut the mulch from the rough, which means he's got to play a cut anyway. But being downwind, little off the right, lofty club in your hand, not easy to manoeuvre the ball too much left to right in the air.
Had the sound of a shot that was hit a bit heavy, but gets it on the green.
How did you like those two tee shots, Nico?
Well, I think they're both extremely good. Whenever you're going to hit it up 2/3 of this green and find it, you've hit a quality golf shot. Now, the thing with these putts is that historically we've never really played that pin position that much. So if only you had putt this in practice rounds, which is not something you do because we don't really see this pin position often. So curious to see if the guys are going to get this right, because it looks slow.
Well, good effort from Ryan Fox. I guarantee you every single player If you offered them a 3 before they teed off here, especially with the wind in the face, the way the players have right now, they'd say, okay, I'll take my 3. 17 playing very difficult. Third most difficult hole today. There have been 2 birdies, playing almost a quarter shot over par. Wilson now from just under 28 feet, ready to go.
So now if Foxy's ball has come off the right a bit, this should be just a little bit straighter.
Just going to be the 3 then for Ottosson.
Absolutely beautiful position.
We've yet to see someone in our featured groups this week shooting the 60s. I got that wrong, haven't I? Because of course Kiefer didn't he shoot 69 first day, but no one since then.
You have to really be on your game to shoot in the 60s this week. You know, we've talked all week about the difficulty of the Bermuda rough as opposed to the normal overseeded rough. I love what they've done with the preparation of the golf course, and we're going to see a little bit more of the Bermuda rough right here with Sharma's shot.
Gosh, this is a horrid lie. This is the same sort of lie that Brendan Lawler had earlier in the day. He's really down in the grass. It's straight downhill from the middle of the green towards that flag, and if he overcooks this is in the water. If he undercooks it, then he only gets out halfway to the hole. I mean, this is horrible. Yep. He was just guarding against going in the water, and if you...
Similar result from what we saw from Brendan Lawler earlier when we were watching the G4D players this morning, and so just goes to show you how difficult it is.
I thought he was going to be in the bunker. But he actually hit it in the trap and it skipped out. I think he would have preferred to have been in the sand. Be able to play a much more of a controlled shot. Hovland now. Now this is super quick. Down the shine, down the green, down the hill. This has got to be one of the quickest putts on the course. Has to be.
Picking up speed as it goes downhill, down grain. And that is great distance control from Hovland.
So one par 5 on the back nine to the other. This the closing one where the tee's being pushed up again. I know Nicholas isn't the biggest fan necessarily of this hole, but it's provided plenty of diversion in terms of scoring.
He did make his opinion well known yesterday. It's an exciting hole for us to watch, to talk about, but fraught with peril.
Yeah. Ryan Fox, well, he enjoyed it yesterday with an eagle 3.
Made it look easy.
These are the projected standings right now. Matt Fitzpatrick second on the leaderboard to Tyrrell Hatton, but that would be good enough to see him go above Ryan Fox and Rory McIlroy to first place. So Fox is ready to go.
Foxy with a driver on the last hole of the day. Ideally right. It's blowing into, which will actually make the fairway on the right a little bit easier to find than yesterday. Yesterday, Foxy could have smoked this through the fairway into the water, but You could see here it just landed very softly into the wind. Now I still going to use the same line and go right. There's enough carry, but where he's going to carry is a slightly bit more narrow than Foxy.
Going up the left side, the safer side, not necessarily a lot wider. It is an awkward tee shot. I think it's fun from the up tee, gives the players choices, left, right, go for the green, not.
Sharma in for his 5. Victor Hovland also makes par. It's interesting, John Rahm was speaking after his round yesterday, and he was a bit irritated that people call his season okay, as in it's not been brilliant. Some might say the same about Victor Hovland. You know, he did win a Rolex Series event this year. He was in the final group of a major for the first time as well. But it's interesting. You set yourself such standards that, you know, winning a big event and challenging at a major is just seen as ordinary.
Yeah, sometimes you play so well that you're judged to such a high standard. I think at times people can be a bit unfair. I think really what it comes down to, Richard, is you know, you don't pay attention to the chatter. Clearly John Rahm was addressing it, but you know, you really just, you don't, other people don't know what goes on behind the scenes. You know, do you have like little niggling injuries? John Rahm and Kelly, you know, they've started a young family.
Well,
she's
2
now
kids in
pregnant
15
again.
months.
Yeah, I mean, so you know, it's a situation where there's a lot going on. There's a lot of life besides golf that can have an effect on your golf, and that's the type of thing. We just concentrate on golf, and a lot of times we know things that are going on because we're friends with the players and interact with them a lot, but we don't necessarily share, you know, what might be challenges off the course that could be affecting a player's golf game at the time.
Yeah, and the reason for doing that, sometimes it's private and they don't want it being shared on a public forum. Injuries are a little different, aren't they, because they're a little clearer and can affect performance in a way that's physical as opposed to mental. Nicholas has had his, you know, Nicholas, I mean, you're there, I mean, 2022 will be a year where, you know, you just couldn't get on the golf course as much as you would have liked, and I assume you're hoping health-wise things are going to be better for you in 2023.
Yeah, listen, I mean, 2022 has been a huge challenge for me for various reasons. Like Jay just pointed out, you know, yes, we are golfers, yes, we are on TV, yes, we are living an incredible life, but life is not really any different for us than it is for normal people, and sometimes you have your own challenges, whatever they might be, whether it's health or family or anything else, and you know, sometimes it gets reflected onto your golf game and people wonder why. I can only hope that 23 is going to bring, you know, great things for me, and that doesn't mean I don't necessarily enjoy coming and see you lots and talk with you lots, because I love this game and I love coming to see you and talk about this beautiful game, but I'd like to play a little bit more if I can.
Yeah, there's life on the course in you yet, Nicholas. I'm sure we'll see that, fingers crossed, in 2023. So one's gone left here, one's gone right. They're waiting for the green to clear. Ryan Fox, who didn't perform as well as he would like on the back nine yesterday, but the mood was lightened by the way he played this par 5 18th.
Well, he set it up, his second shot, with an incredible tee shot. tough hole location, cut over by a mound on the right side of the green, and just lands it in the perfect position, kills some of the momentum, feeds off the mound in the right fringe, and sets up a short eagle putt. That was a great way to finish the second round for Ryan Fox.
Interestingly, Rory McIlroy left it in a very similar position as well. Yeah, when you win an event like he has this year, come back, I thought maybe we might see him challenge again for a victory. I mean, not been many missed cuts, but not many weeks where he's really put himself in the frame again.
Well, winning is so important. I mean, that's what everyone wants to do, and you know, it's so difficult to win, but I think Olesen is on the way back. We talked earlier about the ebb and flow during careers. He's on the upward trend out of a couple of years of ebb. And we all know that Olesen is talented. He's won 6 times. Certainly we expect him to win many more. I think 2023 will be a very good year for Olesen.
Yeah, and there's always that carrot dangling, and he had the experience of playing that Ryder Cup in 2018. They all want to be there, don't they? They, you know, want to make that team in Italy. It's competitive, though.
It is, and you know, so many captains picks this year. You know, 6, so only 6 qualify through you know, automatic qualifying. It's going to be very difficult to make the team. It's going to be a very competitive team. You know, so much talent here on the DP World Tour. A lot of young players. It's going to be a very new team. Probably a big makeup, a big portion of the team will be rookies, or maybe only second-timers. Green is clear. Olesen ready to go.
Yeah, after hearing your chat, Jay, I think one of the reasons why Thorburns going to have a great 2023 season is because we are moving in the same street here in Dubai. Kept that for myself all day.
Well, you guys will be able to cheer each other on. It's great to have a practice partner as well, isn't it?
Wives get along great. We have kids the same age. Now, Foxy, this is the eagle flag. And if you did anything with a little bit of cut spin, why, Foxy just now needs just to settle. And that looked really good from where I was.
It's really good from where we're looking as well. Less than 15 feet from the hole. A good chance to pick up an eagle 3 at the final hole 2 days in a row for Ryan Fox.
Yeah, fabulous. You look at some of the winners, you know, we were mentioning about the Ryder Cup team, since the Ryder Cup qualification has begun, but just look at this angle here. Look at the way the ball's drilled and the flight there.
That was just a bullet cut shot, just what he needed. Wonderful shot, and Ryan Fox has had such a great year. No, he's not going to win the Harry Vardon Trophy. He's not going to win the DP World Tour rankings this year, but it's been an amazing year for the Kiwi, and he has so much to be proud of.
I was going to say Shane Lowry, Robert McIntyre, Guido Migliozzi, John Rahm, Jordan Smith, Tommy Fleetwood, amongst the winners since Ryder Cup qualification has started on the DP World Tour. That ISPS Handle World Super 6 coming in Perth at Lake Carignan for Ryan Fox, and then the 2 this year had a 6-shot lead overnight at the Ras Al Khaimah Classic, and then overtook Jordan Smith in that final round of the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship and dedicated that victory to his good friend that passed away in the last year, Shane Warne.
Shown up, laid up off the tee with an iron at 15. Second shot up the hill. Hole's cut just barely over that front bunker, and that is a really good shot. Well thought out, well executed, taking that front bunker out of play. Victor Hovland, he too laid up off the tee with himself a full shot into the wind. Both good shots into 15 for Sharma and Hovland. both be looking for birdies.
Well, it's become a familiar sight, hasn't it? This 18th hole at the Earth course. DP World Tour season finale has been coming here since 2009, so this is the 14th edition. 7 of the world's top 20 coming here at the start of the week. Brian Fox just outside of that top 20 in terms of those world rankings. You can see Tyrrell Hatton's opened up a 3-shot lead now at the top of the leaderboard. It's been an interesting start, back-to-back birdies at 2 and 3 for him, whereas Fitzpatrick's gone par bogey, so things have changed right at the very top. John Rahm's added another birdie as well.
With that bogey at the 3rd hole for Fitzpatrick, knocks him out of the projected #1 standings for the season-ending rankings. A lot's going to go on this weekend.
Looks like Torbjorn is going to use that fringe in front of him. It's a huge bank that's going to kick the ball to the left. Easy to do that. I mean, it's very difficult to predict what the first bounce is going to be. Just wasn't lying well enough to flop this on the surface. It was really dry and a bit bare. Now the good news for Foxy is that he's going to have a good look at what this ball does, because they're pretty much coming from the same direction. This is at least a cup off the right, if not 2. You can see this flag, and it's starting to get a bit windy. So that's going to make this a little bit quicker than it would suggest. Has he got it?
Well, he hit it out of the sweet spot, didn't he? Caught all of it.
Yeah, I think this is just a little bit of not paying attention, because he's just not happy with his chip shot. And then the wind just made that ball go maybe probably a 4 or 2 further than he would have if it wasn't blowing. But Foxy knows what it's doing now. Cup and a half to the right, and he knows it's a bit quick, so he'll probably go 2 cups and just get it to drop it nicely and have a nice lunge.
Ryan Fox opened up the rounds of 73, 72. This for a 69 in the 3rd round.
Didn't need much more. 5th birdie of the day in a round of 70 from the player who started the week in 2nd place on the DP World Tour rankings. He is getting better day by day. 1 shot better off on day 2, 2 shots better off today. 3 shots tomorrow. It'll be a nice round of 67.
You always want to be progressing in the right direction as you come to payday Sunday. A little bit of meat left on the bone here for Olesen. This is a left edge putt up the hill, firm.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing back 9, but around a 72 nonetheless for the winner of the Betfred British Masters. Torbjorn Olesen finishes the day at 2 over par. 1 more round to complete in their successful 2022 campaigns. You can see the projected rankings. Rory McIlroy now is your winner of the Harry Vardon Trophy.
That's likely to change a couple of times before the end of the weekend.
No doubt about that.
Birdie putt at 15 for Hovland. This is going to swing from the right. Right away, didn't have enough. It was a good line if you hit it the right pace. Slightly different line for Sharma, but he would have learned something about the pace. When you have a player that's putting from a similar direction, even if it's not the same line, you can learn, especially as the ball starts to lose pace around the hole. It gives you a little insight what your putt might do.
Been a good day for us, hasn't it, on the feature groups? I mean, getting to see the G4D as well today. I don't know about you, Jay, but I've been out on the course. I was at Wentworth earlier this year, and I went out and watched for a couple of holes, but it's the first time I've watched as many holes today, watching the G4D, and it's entertaining. Close finish as well.
Yeah, it was great stuff this morning. I was very impressed by the players, no doubt about that. Now back to Sharma at 15. Downhill, a little bit more pacey, swinging from the right. One lacked the pace and one hit it through the break.
On a day where things are happening, just the one birdie so far today for Shubhankar Sharma. That came at the par 5 7th hole. Lots been happening though at the top of the leaderboard. Tyrrell Hatton has started the day in the share of the lead with Matt Fitzpatrick, and now 3 ahead of his fellow Englishman. Fitzpatrick's been caught by Adri Arnaus and Alex Noren. Just tucked in behind them is John Rahm, who's picked up a birdie at 5. Kurt Kitayama flew out of the blocks, but handbrakes come on. Adrian Maronk making a fine start to the back nine with birdies at 10 and 11. So the pole, who with a win could, and it's a big could, win the DP World Tour rankings. Tommy Fleetwood looking to go back to back. Sixteenth tee now.
Sharma did make his par putt at the 15th. Couple of bunkers in the fairway here. Wind behind, downhill tee shot. You want to aim it at those 2 bunkers in the middle of the fairway. Just work it a little left to right, just the way Victor Hovland has. Hits a downslope, kicks forward, perfect position.
Yeah, pretty much down. Down's good.
Sharma just give himself a good finish, try and get himself a few extra minutes in bed in the morning. At the moment he's going to have a very early start.
.50 players in the field there, you can see in the graphic. 4 over par, tied for 45th.
Decent hit at 16. A few divots down there. He's avoided them all. A reminder of how things stand then at the top of the DP World Tour Championship. It's all getting very interesting. Tyrrell Hatton, a very, very average year. As it stands, he'll finish 4th on the DP World Tour rankings.
Well, average for Tyrrell Hatton.
That's how he called it. That's what I'm quoting him.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, he's such a talented player. 4-time Rolex Series champion, looking for number 5, trying to break out of that tie with John Rahm. Both of those two, the only players to have 4 Rolex Series wins. They just seem to perform at the top level in the biggest events.
Yeah, Rory McIlroy's there as well at 7 under par. He's had an interesting day so far. 2 birdies, an eagle, and two bogeys. It's going to be one of those days by the looks of it for Rory, which I'm sure will be very entertaining for those watching. There is Ryan Fox with that 70, now moves up to a tie for 25th place. So the goal for him really will be try and get in that top 20, have his best finish here on the Earth course. Richard Mansell steadily climbed the leaderboard, hasn't he, over the last couple of days. One of those today, Mansell, that has picked up a couple of shots. 3 birdies on the card for the Englishman.
Well, 2 very good drives here on 16, you have to say. They've just bombed it down the right-hand side, which is perfect, but both players here got slightly downhill lies. Hovland much more so than Sharma. Sharma 135 away, and this flag cut in the middle of the green. It's just to the left of a little plateau, and anything right of the flag will wander down to the lower level. And so with the ball slightly below their feet, with a wedge coming down breeze, well, they'll aim it just a few feet left of the flag. Should be able to throw it all the way up there and still get it to settle down pretty quickly, despite the fact they're coming down breeze and off this downslope. Should be looking to get this close. Little unlucky Sharma, he pitched that about a yard short, a little bit further on. It may have got a straight kick. I was saying, Hovland he's got it where the ball's a little bit more below his feet, so it has the effect of opening the club face as you come through the impact area. So that'll make it fly just a tad higher and a little bit with cut spin. So he should aim this a tad left. Just a hair.
And a hair left he did. Good shot for both players.
Well, this has been a fantastic season, hasn't it, on the DP World Tour? One event to conclude. So many memories made already.
I've been running around catching fireflies, trying to breathe.
Thomas Pieters is back at golf's top table. Dazzling display in the desert by Nikolai Højgaard.
Like flowers in the hall, I built between to keep us.
Unbelievable from Olesen.
To fall back.
A victory for Victor Perez.
History's been made in Sweden. We have a female champion on the DP World Tour.
Absolutely brilliant from Hao Tong Lee. He is a Rolex Series winner.
Shane Lowry is the BMW PGA champion. Emotional win, emotional week.
And Fox has his place in history. Mission accomplished for Jon Rahm.
So many great memories. What can you pick out a favourite moment for you this season, Jay?
You know, I'm gonna go with two. I'm gonna hedge my bets. I think the win for Shane Lowry at Wentworth, the BMW PGA Championship, that was really special for the 2019 Open champion. But I think the final shot to the final green, one of the shots that will go down as an iconic shot in the history of the DP World Tour, the win at the French Open for Guido Migliozzi. That was one of the great shots I've ever seen.
Yeah, you kind of get biased by the events that you're at as well. The fact that there was a female winner on the DP World Tour, playing off different tees, albeit for Lynn Grant at the Scandinavian Mix, but to not just win it, but to win it by 9 shots.
It was an amazing performance she put on, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Now let's get back to the action here at 16.
Sharma left to right breaking putt, but the grain right to left, so may not turn quite as much as he thinks. And he's got to give this a little bit more umpire too. He's been shy sometimes when he's been into the grain.
Well, he needed a little pick-me-up. I'm not sure it's going to bring a teethy smile for sure. Oh, there you go, Shabanka. There you. It has brought a teethy smile after all.
You know, the thing about Sharma is the fact that he's hit a lot of good putts today that haven't gone in. He's really burned the edge of the hole. A couple times, you know, he hasn't hit great iron shots into the green, left himself, you know, in difficult positions on the green trying to get down in two. But nice to see Shabanka hold that putt at 16, give himself a little bit of hope. Maybe, you know, pick another birdie coming in the clubhouse. Turn back that alarm clock a bit, as you were alluding to earlier.
Wait a minute, what about Fitzpatrick's shot to the home green of the US Open? Is that an iconic moment?
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Earlison, eagle birdie finish at the weekend to win the British Masters. That was pretty unbelievable. Left and right for Hovland. Oh, brace of birdies.
They can't stop now, can they? And he's one of the early victors of the season.
Yeah, I have to agree with Warren. That was an amazing shot that Fitzpatrick hit out of the fairway bunker at the 72nd hole to secure his U.S. Open victory.
Another birdie for John Rahm. 3 in the first 6 holes. He's in that share of second place now. They're all 3 behind Tyrrell Hatton. Rambo making a little bit of a move early on day 3. Gavin Green's had a very good round. He's 5 under for the day. That'll earn a few more dollars. The Malaysian having a really impressive second half of the season. Asham Wu, double par for the day. Maybe today's the day for something a bit more ordinary after the bad and the ugly, followed by the sensational in round 2 from the Chinese player. A few players there under par. Finish for the day. Rafa Cabrera Bello with a 70. Ewan Ferguson, 2-time winner this season in Northern Ireland and Qatar.
And Ewan Ferguson in the three-way race for the Rookie of the Year alongside Tristan Lawrence and Yannick Paul. I just had a little look a few minutes ago. Tristan Lawrence is, as they're projected right now, projected to finish 13th on the DP World Tour rankings, and this time he looks like he has the leadership role in being Rookie of the Year, who will be the first South African to do so, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, when you think of all the names there have been some birdies today at 17. There won't be too many, I think, by the end of the day.
2 birdies so far today, the 3rd most difficult hole on the golf course, playing to an average of 3.22. Very difficult hole location today, tucked in the very back left portion of the green. It looks to me like the wind has died down a little bit from when we were here maybe 40 minutes ago with the first of our 2 feature groups in Olsen and Fox.
You see the caddies are pacing things out there. Just explain, Jay, why they're doing that.
Well, on the tee and on the fairways on par 4s and par 5s, there's marks, there's painted marks, or maybe there's the tee monument, which, you know, has the distance on the tee and a permanent marker. The yardage books have distances to the front edge of the green. So then they let's say the tee is 8 yards up from the back edge of the tee, and what it is at 17 today, that would be 164 to 172 from the back edge of the tee to the front edge of the green. And then, of course, they're given a hole location chart on the first tee, and it's 42 yards back. So that would mean it's around about 204, which is today. I was guessing on the 8, but clearly it's 204 yards.
Not as easy a pin position today as it was yesterday, but still a lovely hit in here on day 2 from Victor Hovland.
This was just a great swing. We're listening to music, but the sound of that shot live yesterday was phenomenal. That was the second time on the day that he was trying to impress Nicholas Colsaerts with a hole-in-one. Poor Nicholas, not only has he never had one, he's never even seen one.
It's pretty extraordinary. You're only saying that again, Jay, because he's not within earshot.
Well, he's not. But it's, you know, and it's a good thing because he's shown a lot of pain. The fact that he hasn't even seen one, let alone had one. I did try and help him out yesterday that the great Ben Hogan never made a hole-in-one in his career either. So Nicholas is in good hands there.
You know what? We might have to call Nico the albatross, because isn't an albatross unlucky for seamen? Maybe that's the, you know, if you're on the high seas.
Yeah, well, you don't mind an albatross though in golf.
No, I know, yeah, but it's maybe the bringer of bad luck, maybe. I don't know. Tough hole here, though, 17. No hole-in-ones in the past here before. We've mentioned that a few times. You've got to hit an absolute corker here. As Jay was saying, 204 into the breeze. It's been pretty steady all day. This wind keeps puffing up.
Aggressive line and a really good shot for Hovland. Took on that left bunker. Back part of this green, diagonals away from the players, right to the back left. Very difficult and small target. Yeah, it's worth a smile from both player and caddy. They know how good that is.
So hard to get to that back left section, isn't it? I mean, this green is just ginormous. The fact that it's uphill too, and those bunkers and the whole green just kind of falls away on the left, and it just makes you want to play more and more to the right. Very hard to get your alignment on this hole, I think. And then you've got to have the perfect club in your hand, because you've got to pitch it all the way there, and it gets pretty narrow up at that top section.
Another good shot, maybe just in between clubs, comes up, you know, probably almost a full club short, but a safe play. Both players on the green, which is a very good result here at 17.
Yeah, fabulous shot in from the world number 11. First Norwegian to win on both the PGA and DP World Tours. This was his tee shot just now at 17. Fabulous hit.
Sets himself up to potentially be the third birdie of the day.
How that skyline has changed since the DP World Tour first arrived in the United Arab Emirates in Dubai. This the 14th successive year. The season finale on the DP World Tour comes from Dubai. It's the most populous city in the United Arab Emirates. Much changed, as I say, from back in the 1980s. That's the Burj Al Arab, or the Tower of the Arabs, one of Dubai's most iconic hotels, said to be the world's only 7-star hotel, the third tallest as well. Talking of tallest, the Burj Khalifa, 828 meters tall. Look at that. It's over 200 skyscrapers in the city. Nearly 100 of them rise to at least 200 meters high. Amazing, really. From what was once a fishing village.
Yeah, it was back when we first started playing here in the late 80s, early 90s. It was obviously a much different looking landscape. and it was a really cool vibe. It was a little fishing village, you know, off the creek that the Dows would come in from this part of the world in the Persian Gulf and come in, do their trading. The gold souk was always fun. I always enjoyed certain times, certain years, the carpet bazaar would be going on, which would last a month, and go and do, you know, shop for the just amazing carpets that come from this region of the world. So there's always been so much to do here, and it's changed a lot, and it's just, all changes are good. It's just different from what it was in the early days.
Certainly is. Well, I mean, the original fairways and greens here, you look at this golf course and the conditioning, Jay, I mean, that in itself is remarkable.
Yeah, Emirates Golf Course was the first green grass golf course in the Middle East. They've had golf here in the United Arab Emirates for quite a while before Emirates was built, and of course it was sand courses where they would you would kind of oil the greens and you'd roll it out you know, before you putted, you know, so it's come a long way, and this part of the world has been integral in the growth of the DP World Tour throughout let's say the last 30 years.
Well, the fact that this is the first season as it's known as the DP World Tour tells a lot of that story. Hovland has got closer to that flag than anybody else thus far on day 3.
Well, Hovland's ball is directly in line with the hole and Sharma's ball, so he will definitely be keeping a very, very close eye on what Sharma's ball does as it comes up to the hole here. He's going to have to give this quite a firm hit. I don't think there's a great deal of movement in it, to be frank. But I tell you, it's a very noisy part of the course over here. There's a hospitality unit away to my right, left of the green, and they're very vocal. There's still a lot of golf to be played, and they're going to have a fine time this afternoon watching all this great golf come through. Now, can he make it 2 in a row, Sharma? Hovland is watching.
Would have been watching it go, try to feed a little bit left to right as it lost base, didn't get it to the hole, but that'll give Victor a little bit of an idea.
Another man that strides the line, trying to feel where the borrow is, but he must have very sensitive feet. Pretty flat at that top section. And you said, Jay, this moved a little left to right?
It looked like Sharma's was breaking a little left to right as it was losing pace, yes.
Because from behind the hole, looking back to their ball, it almost looked as if it would go the other way. So I thought there'd be very little in it. Maybe it's just that green that's moving it. It's from left to right.
Yeah, looking from our angle right here, it does look like a little grain from left to right. Wasn't much in it, but it wasn't enough pace to get it to the hole anyway. But it's a very good 3, in spite of the fact he gave himself a great opportunity to pick up a deuce at the 17th.
Still a little bit of meat on the bone here for Sharma. Not sure I'd give this one, Jay. I've given a few today.
You've been very generous today,
yeah.
But yeah, you know, this is definitely not a gimme. This is every bit of 3 feet. You don't want to leave the hole, but you still have to go ahead and execute. Definitely in the missable range.
No problem for Sharma. Through over for the day, as well as this DP World Tour Championship. Well, Victor Hovland won the first of this season's Rolex Series events, this number 5 here in Dubai.
Well, the hard work has certainly paid off.
Taking his career to another stage today.
And it earns him a Rolex Series victory.
Nothing quite like that winning feeling.
And if you looked at the top 4 on the leaderboard right now, they're all Rolex Series winners. Jon Rahm, Matt Fitzpatrick, Alex Noren and Tyrrell Hatton. So another gold star might be coming someone's way.
Well, this is a golf course, especially this year with the new setup with the Bermuda rough rather than the overseeded rough. I don't think you can play around here with smoke and mirrors. You better bring your game. You better have a lot of game and be on top of that game to win this week. Such a fantastic test.
Yeah, just a reminder, Rory McIlroy starting the week as #1 on the DP World Tour rankings. He's still very much in it now. He's just birdied the last 2 holes on the front 9 to turn in 33, so he has got himself to 7 under par. Here's confirmation, it's Hatton on top. Matt Fitzpatrick's just picked up his first birdie of the day. Jon Rahm's just had 3 in a row, birdies that is. He's 4 under par through 7 holes.
Interesting tee shot here at 18. They're playing the forward tee. They've moved the tee up 85 yards. It is into the breeze today, but it gives the players a choice. Right fairway, left fairway. Clearly the right fairway is a little bit more narrow, probably a more dangerous tee shot, but it sets up a much better angle in. But Warren, it all comes down to shot shape on which one you might want to go for.
Yeah, and what you feel comfortable with in terms of how your game is feeling at the time. I mean, to take it up the right today, it's 280 to actually make the fairway and into this breeze. I mean, that's, that's a good clobber. I mean, it's certainly doable, but it's also narrow, as you say. But if you go left, as you look on the tee, the creek where it comes in, the creek looks as if it's in the middle of the fairway, and that forces you to go a long way left. So it plays havoc with the old gremlins in the mind. Hovland looks as if he's going right.
Hovland nearly hit it out of bounds yesterday, very close to the out of bounds wall going up the left here today.
That's amazing, because he looked like he was aiming right and hit it straight left.
He does tend to aim a little right and kind of almost pull it back on line even at the best of times.
Yeah, it's easy to fool a simple man.
Well, Warren, I understand you're not going to be with us on the feature groups tomorrow.
No, they're bumping me sideways.
No.
But I mean, what a great day it's been. I mean, the D4 this morning was an absolute joy to watch. And it's been a bit of a battle for these guys, but it just shows you how tough it is out here. Sharma definitely aiming left.
Well, we're going to miss you tomorrow.
Good looking swing for Sharma, but talking about missing Warren, this is Warren's last week, and I've had the pleasure of working with Warren since the early 2000s, and I must say it has been a real pleasure to work with such a professional as Warren Humphreys. is and has been over the last couple of decades. Warren has brought so much joy to everyone around the world in sharing his knowledge about the DP World Tour. So, Warren, thanks for everything you've done.
Yeah, I'd love to
Well,
echo that.
how kind of you, Jay. That's really nice. It brought a tear to my eye.
Yeah, Warren Humphreys is a player and a DP World Tour champion, part of the founders back in the 1970s, celebrating 50 years, and players like Victor Hovland and Billy Horschel, who have certainly been amongst those this season who have contended on the DP World Tour. A year to remember for many. Thomas Pieters back in the winner's circle as a Rolex Series champion. And we all know it's ended here in Dubai, once again at the Jumeirah Golf Estate on the Earth course. We still don't know who's going to succeed Colin Morikawa as the #1 player. It looks as if it's between Rory McIlroy and Matt Fitzpatrick. At the moment, it's Rory who's going to lead the way, but it only takes a little birdie run this afternoon and over the weekend from Matt Fitzpatrick, and it could be his.
Yeah, right now Fitzpatrick is in a three-way tie for second, 2 shots behind Hatton. But if Fitzpatrick finishes second on his own, I believe he does overtake McIlroy. Of course, that's based on where McIlroy is right now. Of course, he's just picked up another birdie at the 10th. So McIlroy's made 3 birdies in a row, now 9 under par. So McIlroy doing everything he can to fend off a Matthew Fitzpatrick.
A win for Tyrrell Hatton would take him up to 4th on the rankings. Just going back to Warren, I first worked with Warren in the 1990s, believe it or not.
You know what the really sad thing is Warren heard us say those nice things about him.
Well, we wanted to make sure everybody else heard those nice things as well.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. We've had a lot of laughs and fun, both on and off the golf course, and he has just been such a part of the DP World Tour broadcast dating back to the early mid-1990s.
And the things we take for granted, here we are looking at the DP World Tour rankings, giving you those projected rankings. Well, Warren was one of the first to give statistical analysis, created his own database, and
yeah, he was ahead of his time as far as the database and all that kind of stuff. And you know, a lot of that stuff that until we just mentioned it, none of you would have known. So you know, Warren Humphreys has been such an important part of the overall DP World Tour and the broadcast.
Gosh, guys, what have I done?
Oh, you heard that again? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my. Can I also just say, I was the first person on the European Tour to use a video camera to help their golf swing, which I used way back in 1981.
Didn't you start out here with hickory shafted clubs?
Don't go there, because we played a match together in hickory shaft.
I know, you soundly beat me. You actually, you know, you were like, I had to twist your arm to take you up there to Kingarook up in Scotland, and you were amazing with the hickory clubs.
I loved it. I loved it. It was great. I'm not so sure Salman's going to love where his ball is finished, but he's way, way better position than Hovland. He's got a decent lie on the mulch. It's almost sitting on top of the bark. But at 271 all up into wind uphill, there's no way you can get on. So sensible shot to lay it up, play it as a 3-shotter. You can still make birdie. But this one will definitely be going up the right side. Again, playing off this mulch, you've really got to make sure you make good, solid contact. Keep the lower half a little bit still, because it's very easy to slip on this stuff. That's a good shot.
Yeah, he really had nice quiet feet in that swing, a little bit more of an upper body swing, as you were alluding to, fighting against slipping.
This is horrid. Absolutely. I mean, this is
really thick.
an axe required here. This is such a big chop. I mean, it is strong. I'm not sure I could hit it more than 50 or 60 yards out of a lie like this. He'll probably hit it miles further than that. But this is where these top line players can show their strength. I mean, it's buried. You can't see more than a millimetre of the ball here. It's amazing. That is amazing.
That was a really good out from a lie that was just so penalizing.
Well, Victor Hovland, one of those that could have won the rankings at the start of the week. You know, we've been watching Ryan Fox, who had a similar equation, but it's amazing that, you know, Jon Rahm, Rory McIlroy, Matt Fitzpatrick are all up there. Players who've had such success over the Earth course over the years. That all three of those players looking to become the first to win here 3 times. Victor Hovland's only playing here for the 2nd time. Same for Shubhankar Sharma. He's had a couple of good rounds last time as well. I think shot 66, 67 on Friday and Saturday when he played here last time. The aim, I suppose, now for Victor Hovland next year is to do more of what he did at St Andrews, get himself into a position to win a major championship.
Well, he certainly has the game to win anywhere at any level in the game, and I think you can't look past the fact that next year's a Ryder Cup year. That'll be a big goal of his. Clearly, he's going to be on the team, but I think that you know, he's played once and lost once. It was a bit of a trouncing at in the States at Whistling Straits last year, and I think that Victor Hovland will want to be on that team that on home soil in Italy at Marco Simone outside of Rome, that will want to try and bring the trophy back over on this side of the pond.
His captain last year, Paul Harrington, reckons that Hovland has the ability to play in 10 Ryder Cups. He's only 24 now. Both down the left flank, both laying up nicely at this par 5.
And I can't believe that both of them have exactly 91 yards. I mean, you consider where they were after their tee shots, and Sharma could get a decent club on it off that mulch. And they've both hit it up within this yardage. I'm just more and more amazed by Hovland's second. But they can attack this flag now, uphill, into breeze. They can throw the ball all the way to the base of the flag. Could even pitch it a little long and screw it back if they wanted. But they'll both be eyeing 4s here. They'll be disappointed if they don't give themselves a really good chance to make a birdie. This is where all that hard work about hitting shots on the range, giving yourself that knowledge, that feel where you know how hard you've got to hit it to play a shot of 91 yards, slightly uphill.
Warren, this should be pretty close to a perfect 60-degree wedge, I would think. Uphill into the wind, 91 yards.
Yep, they could do that, or if they wanted, I mean, they can play it anyway. Like take a sand iron, a gap wedge. It's how they feel it in their fingers. But you're right. I mean, the only thing about the full lob wedge into wind coming uphill, they could actually get a lot of spin if they go a little bit long and pitch it into that back slope. We'll know by how quickly he zips through the ball.
Nicely done. Kept it below the hole, uphill into the grain. Birdie putt to come for Shubhankar Sharma.
Of course, it would always be nice at a finish by popping something in. Seen a few of these wedge shots hold before.
Go.
I don't think The strike was quite there.
The 54th hole of the DP World Tour Championship for these two. There's the state of affairs at the upper echelons of the leaderboard. Rory McIlroy's there, Adrianaus, who's won the season finales on both the Alps Tour and the Challenge Tour. The one on the DP World Tour would be a nice hat-trick for him. Kurt Kitayama made a fast start, but after going birdie eagle, he's had a couple of bogeys since then. The Americans are back at 8 under par now alongside last week's champion Tommy Fleetwood. Jorge Campillo playing alongside John Rahm, birdie and 3 bogeys in his opening 7 holes. Gavin Green going so well, has just thrown in a double bogey 5 at the 17th to slip outside the top 10. Now Hovland will have the honour, the first of the birdie putts here.
Makeable putt, slow though, going up the hill. Just a smidge of a turn, maybe a ball from left to right. One of those you want to have a crowd pleaser, don't you, at the last? You know, give them something to cheer about. Just, it's a putt you know you can be bold with because it is uphill and into the grain. You can give it a firm hit. Shouldn't be any thought of missing. Just see it move gently left to right and pick it out the bottom of the cup. It's easy, isn't it?
It sounds easy.
It's easy sitting here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it was right on its way. No birdie this time at 18 for Victor Hovland for the first time this week. Have to settle for a round of 71.
Well, I'm not sure about this one. Sometimes when you see these putts, I just can't see too much in it. And if you hit it with any sort of speed coming uphill into grain, you would think it should be going enough to hold the line. I don't know if you've seen others from this area before, guys.
Well, we haven't seen one from this line, but you know, based on kind of the breaks we have seen, I don't see a whole lot in this.
No.
You want to keep it in the hole, maybe left center.
We always look for a side, don't we? We never think straight is right.
Well, that's a nice way to end our feature group coverage. A couple of birdies in the last 3 holes for a round of 74. It's been a difficult day. A nice way for him to end the day. And there is Warren Humphreys. And well, listen, been wonderful to share some experience with him on the DP World Tour over the last years. And hopefully we'll get to see him at some point in 2023.
We certainly will, and he's always invited. I know he's a skier, and I'm always trying to twist his arm to come and visit me in the wintertime and come and ski. Hopefully that happens, and as he walks away from the tour after this week.
Yeah. Well, our feature group coverage might have finished, but there's still a lot of golf to be played on Saturday in Dubai. This is how it looks at the top of the leaderboard on the DP World Tour Championship. Tyrrell Hatton 2 under for the day, leading by 2, but John Rahm putting together a fine third round, as is Rory McIlroy, who birdied 3 holes in a row from the 8th after an eagle at the 2nd. Some of the winners of this season right there: Max Kiefer, Guido Migliozzi, Richie Ramsey. Couple of the young talents there, Connor Syne and Richard Mansell. Shane Lowry had been struggling, but has made a good fight back, 3 under on the back 9, taking him to 1 under par overall in round 3. Ashen Wu, 78-64, 1 over today. Oliver Wilson has just made an eagle at 14. That's after making 2 double bogeys on the front 9. Went through all 50 players there on the leaderboard. Season finale, and for us in the feature groups, 18 holes to go. We'll catch you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.